Mallory, are you able to do roll call?
Of course. Okay, I'll go right ahead. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor McKechnie.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present.
Perfect.
Okay, so the first thing we have is to adopt our agenda for the meeting today. I'll need a mover and a seconder for that, please. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on January 26, 2021 be approved as presented. All those in favor? And that is carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yes, I do. I have an indirect conflict, item 7G, Silver Beach Development presentation, and I have filed paperwork with the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll duly note that at the time when we come to that item. Any other disclosure of pecuniary interest? Seeing none further, we have the adoption of our minutes. There's 3 sets of minutes there, as 2 special council meetings, which are our budget meetings, and our regular council meeting. I'll need a mover and a seconder to approve those minutes. Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated. Dysart et al. Special Council, the 11th of December 2020. Dysart et al. Regular Council, 15th of December 2020. And Dysart et al. Special Council, the 8th of January 2021. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving right along, we have Mayor and Deputy Mayor's update, and I'll go first. I don't have too much to update, but watching the news last night reminded us that COVID-19 has been with us here in Canada for a year, and a lot of the news stories last night were sort of reflecting on you know, the beginning of the pandemic. And I remember thinking even well into March that, oh, I'll still take my trip in March. It's not that bad. And here we are a year later, and we're in lockdown here in Ontario, and you know, we're all doing our best. So I just want to remind people to try to keep their spirits up. I'm really proud of all the Dysart staff and council that we're able to get the business of the municipality done. We're adapting in new ways, as we hear on Zoom, and so you know, we sort of keep calm and carry on, and vaccinations are going to be rolling out. They will be coming to our long-term care facilities here in Haliburton County. That's guaranteed by February 15th. So patience and adhere to the rules. I was on a call last week with Minister Clark and Minister McLeod regarding an influencer campaign called #StayHomeOntario. And they are asking anyone who feels that there could be an influencer in their community to encourage people to adhere to the guidelines. Stay home means stay home, and to leave the home is for essential reasons only: groceries, medical appointments, etc. And I know there's a little video out with Rick Mercer doing a bit of a joke and a rant on that. So it's kind of, they're trying to keep it light but keep it serious at the same time. So I encourage, if you're doing a hashtag, if you're able to on social media, to use that hashtag. I guess the big news, not just for not for Dysart Council, but for every resident in Haliburton County, is watching the shoreline bylaw with bated breath, and it is on our county council agenda tomorrow. Absolutely, there's been lots of stuff swirling around, but since it was on our county council committee of the whole meeting 2 weeks ago, the stream of emails has changed. The content has changed. There's been some fabulous, very in-depth, thought-out emails sent to either all of county council. Some might even be sent out to some of you councillors to see, you know, what your influence is. And I can assure Dysart Council and anyone else watching that I'm taking all of this very seriously. I'm reading every email, and I truly feel that we need to take a different direction. So follow the county meeting tomorrow if you're able to, and So I'll end it on that note. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Kennedy and see if he wants to add some things with that topic or any other topic.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, not a lot. As you said, the shoreline has been consuming a lot of my time as well, reading and documenting and cataloging comments and suggestions, recommendations made by a large number of people from both sides of this. It's turned into a very divisive public situation here, and I have some grave concerns about it. At the county, we're still undergoing budget deliberations, and we've taken the service delivery review recommendations and started to look at them in depth. The top 12 last meeting there, recommendations were made to move forward with the economic development officers. So that'll be coming up for consideration tomorrow as a recommendation out of the committee of the whole. Other than that, busy time of year for everybody, so just stay safe, and we've got a big schedule today, so thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Any questions on those topics to us or not? Okay, so we'll get started with our meeting, and the first item is that we have to adjourn this regular meeting. So just keeping in mind that we adjourn a regular meeting, but don't go anywhere, and we are in the public meeting for the zoning application. So I need a mover and a seconder to just adjourn this meeting. Please, Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that council hereby adjourns the regular meeting of council at 9:06 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider the following: a zoning bylaw amendment, bylaw 2021-04, Lands of Walker, roll number 011-000-67300 in part lot 11, concession 8, parts 5 and 6, plan 19R-9193 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of, Township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. That is a mouthful. So we're going to bring our planning staff into the meeting. And we also have some people, because this is a public meeting, what that means is this is an opportunity for members of the public to speak and comment. And we've received several written comments, but I'm going to turn it over to, I believe, Chris Orson, who's coming in. And we have our Director of Planning, Jeff Isles. And I'm going to get them to go over the application first. So Chris, I suppose you can wait.
Perfect. Thank you, through you, Mayor. So this is the application for bylaw 2021-04, Lands of Walker. Municipality has received an application for a bylaw amendment from Jerry Walker to permit low-impact commercial uses on the subject property. The proposed is for a commercial office type building. Staff have received public comments related to the proposed bylaw amendment. Comments received to date are summarized as followed. County of Haliburton, should the proposed intensity of the use increase, the County of Haliburton reserves the right to reevaluate the determination. Site plan to be circulated to the County of Haliburton during the site plan agreement process to ensure proposed does not impact county infrastructure. Entrance permit is required. The owner is to contact the County of Haliburton Public Works Department to ensure entrance meets the commercial standards. And owner is required to obtain a 911 municipal number from the County of Haliburton prior to construction of the subject property. 8 letters of objection from neighboring property owners were received. So the neighboring property owners provided concerns that the proposal will create a further impact similar to what the Tim Hortons drive-through restaurant has created on the adjacent residential lots, which has created a negative impact on the quality of life in the neighborhood. Summarized main concerns received by the municipality to date are noise pollution and resident safety from increased traffic, light pollution from light standards, again referring to what was done on the Tim Hortons site, and effects on the environment if drive-through is proposed. Potential well water issues on neighboring residential properties with blasting. One resident has mentioned well water was affected during the blasting from the Tim Hortons construction. Invasion of privacy with a restaurant, retail establishment, commercial use. Again, one of the neighboring property owners was referring to the Tim Hortons of how that's created an invasion to the privacy. Concerns with illegal parking, transport trucks stopping on County Road 21 in front of the residential driveways. Commercial use is decreasing the beauty in the area and the property value, as well as increasing infrastructure costs. Commercial creates interference with the enjoyment of the properties. Developers are not a part of our community. They have no personal connection to the people in the neighborhood, and therefore they feel no pressure to keep their promises. Furthermore, residents have concerns with construction similar to Tim Hortons that lasted for several months and included increased traffic with delivery trucks, consistent noise of excavators and other heavy machinery. And then another comment, a business of any type, even one described as low impact, is not acceptable use of this land. All letters of objection were attached to the report in their entirety for council's consideration. Staff will now briefly describe the application and site. Currently, the site lands are zoned suburban residential, RS, in the zoning bylaw. The applicant is requesting to change the zone on the subject lands from the RS zone to highway commercial CH-34 zone. The applicant has requested to develop the property in accordance with the permitted regulations in the standard highway commercial zone with the following permitted uses, which will only permit the following low impact uses on the subject property, which would include a bank, business office, clinic, home office, personal service shop, and a professional office. In addition, the applicant intends to construct a business office on the subject property, which will employ a small amount of staff and client traffic to the property. However, the applicant is here and can provide further clarification regarding the proposal shortly. The official plan policy framework is based upon direction from the provincial policy statement and the County of Haliburton official plan that helps direct long-term use in the community, land use in the community. The property is designated as commercial within the municipal official plan. Therefore, the intent for future growth based on the municipal official plan policies are for commercial use, which includes properties along County Road 21, which is considered the gateway to the community. The subject property is currently a vacant property. The property is predominantly disturbed open area with crushed rock and fronts along County Road 21. The subject property also slopes up significantly from the County Road 21 and has some vegetated areas with exposed rock and outcrop to the rear of the property. The neighborhood is in an area with some transition. Historically, there's been a combination of commercial, industrial, and residential uses. Today, development on the south side of the road is residential in nature. Commercial uses, Tim Hortons, a medium density residential use, the Whispering Pines, have recently been developed on the north side of County Road 21. The subject property has been generally prepared for development. The owner has indicated that there will be no blasting on the subject lands for the development of the proposed commercial building. If staff's opinion is if there was to be any blasting, then that would require additional studies at that time. Considering concerns of previous proposals that were submitted related to the subject property for intensive commercial uses, the property will only permit the uses as identified in the zoning bylaw amendment, which does not permit a restaurant drive-through with a drive-through or even a gas bar or any other high intensive commercial uses. So therefore it's keeping it as a low impact commercial use. Therefore, as the proposed is generally consistent with the provincial policy, conforms with the provisions of the municipal official plan, and with the inclusion of the site plan agreement, staff recommend that council approve the application for zoning bylaw 2021-04. And that concludes the presentations. If anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. And I was remiss to read a little bit of a preamble, which Chris printed off for me just prior to the meeting, that outlines who can speak and the process after. So I just think it's relevant that I read this now because it's important. And then what I'm going to do is turn it after I read some of this, I'm going to ask the applicants to speak to the application, and that might clear the air for some of the people who are participating from the public who have questions. And I believe the applicants might be able to clear some of this stuff up. So as we know, we are in a public meeting where persons who have pre-registered will have an opportunity to present or ask questions about the proposal. And so when I open the floor for public comment, registered attendees that wish to speak and are participating in the Zoom meeting by video will need to click the raise hand button. Now, I'm not sure if that's correct or if we have a lineup of people, but I'll work with staff to make sure that everybody who wants to speak to this file can. Most importantly, that all those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy of the decision. You must make this request in writing to the municipality. And the Planning Act specifies that if a person or a public body does not make an oral submission at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipality of Dysart et al. Before the proposed bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the municipality to the local appeal tribunal and may not be added as a party to an appeal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So I'm now going to turn it over to the applicant, Jerry Walker, and also the alternate business, which is Andrea Cowan. And maybe you guys can just explain a little bit about your proposal, and then we'll open it up to the public questions. So Andrea, you can unmute.
Are we here?
Yes.
Good morning to everyone on council and guests and staff. I think I'm no stranger to the group here. We've had some application some time ago on this similar property. On this application, we feel we've addressed a lot of the concerns. It's a low impact. Andrea is looking at relocating from her spot on the industrial park corner to invest into our community and build a nice new office space. And this to me is a prime locality for it. And she's excited about it. Some of the concerns is blasting. This property was site prepared with an engineer at the time of the building of Tim Hortons. Some of the fill come from Tim Hortons, and I did have it engineered when I did put the fill into the space. Andrea's plan doesn't require any blasting. It's going to be proposed to be a building on a pad. The well has already been drilled and has ample water. The 911 number is already allocated to Nimbagon Lane, and at construction of the turning lane, the turning space into Nimbagon Lane was constructed as a commercial driveway at that time by Doug Ray, who was at that time the engineer for the county. So there has been a lot of preparation. There's no plan to remove any trees that are existing. So the impact in my mind is going to be simply construction. Andrea's plan is very similar to a home. A very nice, beautiful building that she's proposing to have her design business in. So I don't have anything else to add other than that.
Andrea, do you want to add to that before we open up the floor for questions?
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. I think really, because this is a big step for me as a small business owner. And I've read all of the letters that the public has submitted. And I really just want to say a couple of things. One, I'm not a developer. Two, I grew up here. I live here. I live right in town. I live on Lake Avenue, and I understand some of the challenges of living in town. And three, something that's very important to me as a person, certainly as the owner of this business, is that we are good citizens. And so that spirit will continue into the build process. And I care very much about our county. We try to support any type of community initiative and lead by example as well. And this will be no different. So if actions are taken that are offensive or concerning, I want to participate in getting the best end result. So this is a big step for me. I've got a lot of skin in the game and I don't want to screw it up. So, you know, if there is somebody else here, whether they've documented or phoned in that wants to meet with me personally when it's safe to do so, I'm certainly open to doing that.
Okay, so thank you, Jerry and Andrea, for that update. And I think some of the concerns when people get notification in the area and they see zone commercial, maybe they didn't fully understand the proposal. If for any reason, as an example, that you were only in that location for 5 years and that building wanted to be a different use that is not under one of the uses that we are permitting today, as an example, want to be a restaurant, they would have to go back through the same process. They would have to go back to be rezoned. So I'm trying to assure the public that the permitted uses are quite strict on this property. And I was on the public meeting when there was another proposal for this property, which the public meeting and council turned down for the very reasons of some of those concerns. So at this point, I'd like to open it up to the floor, and I believe we have 2 registered people. And I'm not sure because I don't have a raise hand feature on this, so I'm not sure if I'm going to know who else is wanting to speak if they didn't pre-register. Yeah, if you can bring, our Lori Salvatore is going to bring the people in that did register. Keep in mind, council, we have all read the other concerns. I'm just waiting to see who. Okay. So I think we'll start with Kathy. So Kathy, all you need to do is unmute yourself now. You're now on the screen and you have your opportunity to ask questions. So Kathy, you'll just need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Morning, everyone. I was just writing. I actually sent in a letter yesterday. I don't know if it was received in time by Chris. I just got a notice back, so I don't know if you've seen it or not. I'm new to the area. I purchased my home across the street from Tim Hortons in November of last year. And one of the things that I did before I purchased the lot, the home, is check all the zoning in the area to make sure there was not going to be any more commercial and it was going to remain residential. And at that time, it was all zoned residential. So it's very disheartening to me that I just found out actually on Friday that this was even in the works to rezone the area and change it over to a commercial property. I think it will have a huge impact on the home values. I am very happy to see that it's a relocation of an existing business, because during the pandemic, a lot of businesses are having huge struggles, and to see adding competition for business in the area would be even more disturbing. So that does make me feel a little bit better about having more commercial property across the street from me. But that would have been a huge consideration in purchasing in the area and in Dysart if I had known that I was going to be residing across the street from even more commercial properties than a Tim Hortons. Having Tim Hortons there was a huge consideration in me even purchasing in Dysart across the street, because the purpose of residing up here is to have the outdoor nature and everything around me, and had decided at the time that I could deal with just having one commercial property across the street. But now seeing that there's going to be more added, and I have to I have to question that if there's going to be one more added now, then what's going to happen down the road is very concerning and very disturbing to me.
Okay, Kathy, thank you. And yes, we did, even though they came in sort of at the 11th hour, that's okay. They were all received and are part of the consideration when the Public Planning Committee makes its recommendation to council. So everybody who submitted, there was a few that came in yesterday, so we're not alone there. One thing to keep in mind, and I think it was commented in one of the letters from the public, was that they didn't fully pay attention during the official plan. And that's been in our official plan since I've been on council, that the north side of that section have the ability to be zoned. And that's why it goes through on a case-by-case basis. That's the purpose of why this committee or council turned down one application and will look at another based on its merits.
Okay.
So Karen, can you just mute for one? Thanks. Sorry, we had another Karen and Peter Warren will speak.
Sorry.
That's
Yeah, okay. So they can hear me, but they just can't see me. Correct. So I will unmute when they ask me to talk or whatever. Okay.
Okay. Sorry about that. Technologies. So I might have lost my train of thought. Oh, so it is in the official plan to be zoned commercial, and that's why we are looking at, each one on a case-by-case basis. And as talked about, this is more or less almost in the terms of almost like another home. We included in our package is some designs. That will still be up for site plan control. That's a separate, right now we deal with the zoning, and then later council will deal with the actual site plan in terms of vegetation and orientation of the building, lighting. Andrea, you may want to comment on traffic. Approximately how many clients do you get coming to your location currently, and sort of how many vehicles would you expect on a Monday to Friday or maybe a Saturday morning basis? So we'll deal with that. I don't think this is the intensity of a commercial property that would be, say, even a retail store. This is very limited. So Andrea, I'm going to let you answer that.
Yes, so thank you for taking the time, Kathy, to express your concerns. So my business is an interior design firm. So we offer services to help people redesign or create spaces in their own homes. So we're pretty passionate about the home. And the design of the building is, it's going to not be 100% look like a home, but very similar. And we employ here, there's 6 full-time workers and 1 part-time. And we do not see clients once a day. So if you were to imagine, say, a doctor's office or maybe a chiropractic clinic or anything like that, we wouldn't even see that kind of traffic. Our services are by appointment only. Another reason why, it's we don't desire to be on the main street is we're not a drop-in service. So people wouldn't just be like, oh, hey, maybe I'll go check out some interior design services. Like if I was going to go buy napkins. I think our use will be, actually, I know, Kathy, our use will be less than you would see at a lawyer's office. So we are not coming and going. We are a professional service. We do engage with clients and other partners, but that's pretty limited. And we want it to look fabulous. That's how we get more clients, right? So our goal is for it to look fabulous and complement the community. And you may actually see the reverse of what your anticipated result is, which is driving down your property value. It may actually increase it.
Okay, thank you, Andrea, for answering that, because you have to think of it currently. What you're looking across the street as is a big empty lot with a lot of rocks on it. And so this would be actually probably an improvement. So Kathy, we do have your letter. We've heard your comments. So I'm going to get you to turn your screen and video off if that's everything. And we'll go to Karen and Peter Warren, who also registered to speak.
And she's gonna unmute, her camera's not working. but
Oh.
she's going to unmute.
Okay, and she's just got, Karen, you can just unmute. Go ahead.
Yes, I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, so I have a few concerns. The biggest one, currently right now in my house in the evenings, I can walk through my house without turning on a light from the lights from Tim Hortons. I would like to know how big these standards would be, whether you would be lit from dawn till dusk. And another question I have is, my understanding is you have a conditional offer in on the property next door that is up for sale. And I want to know what your intentions are for that property as well.
Andrea, I'm just going to answer, just take one, something to address what Karen said. Karen, we can only look at this file today. We can't, don't even need to, the applicant doesn't need to answer what's happening next door. So that would be a whole separate issue coming, but let's talk about what you talked about, lighting for this property. So go ahead to Jerry or Andrea.
So thank you, Karen, and I read your letter as well. So just to clarify, although Madam Mayor did say her comments, I do not have a conditional offer in on the property next door. This is a pretty big investment for me as it is. I'm not a developer. I'm interested in moving my existing business here from the corner to a new location, and I've chosen that location. Regarding lighting, I don't have a plan for that yet, but I understand, and in interior design, many things that we look at and take into consideration when we design are things like noise pollution, light pollution, overstimulating, and we have to balance that in this situation with security and safety of people that are coming and going from the building. So it's not my intention in any way, shape, or form to overstimulate that location with lighting. And so I will work with certainly the planners and in the site control process to make sure that we take that into consideration, and we use the principles of crime prevention through environmental design, and we protect the property, which will also protect you and anybody that's traveling there. But I don't want to upset you, and I don't want to keep you up at night, and I'm very earnest when I say that. So we'll figure out a way to balance it all, and I have heard what you said, and I'm not buying the property next door.
The other questions I have is, we got it sort of taken with Tim Hortons, the light standards being only supposedly 12 feet high, they're 25 to 30. Another thing was they were supposed to plant trees in the front, and they planted 6, 1 at the back and 5 at the front. They're deciduous. They're never going to grow to any maximum. I mean, I bought this property in 2011, prior to when I guess after the commercial was approved across the way. Had I have known, I would have never purchased in the beginning. I've been coming here for 17 years. Prior to that, I built my retirement home. We have retired here, and the commercial business is, a problem for us. Not only that, the price that I paid to construct this whole house now probably isn't worth what it cost me to build it. And I don't think more commercial sites is going to be an advantage to me. And it certainly is not going to increase any property values, as you had said before, or someone said. And I have a lot of concerns.
Okay, thank you.
And my other problem is currently right now with these light standards at Tim Hortons, I mean, what we were promised at the council meetings and what we got are 2 different things. And what is our recourse with this I mean, it's ridiculous that they've got these standards that high. And I hope that, Andrea, that you wouldn't have anything such. I mean, you probably don't need it either. Your property will be lit up by Tim's as well. But it's a concern as to, we never have to any way of going against anything that's already built, right? I mean, Tim's was the colossal mistake.
Well, Karen, all I can say is that, you know, I can't be responsible for what happened and is happening with Tim Hortons.
Certainly not. It's the council's problem.
Yeah,
But
so
I-
just through the chair, it's not a conversation, sorry to both. And I agree with you, Andrea, just trying to keep the order in the process here. So it isn't fair to penalize this application based on what happened. Karen, what I will assure you, I think I was the only one on, or maybe Walt was on council at the time that Tim Hortons, I can't remember, I think you were. I've asked staff to go back and look at the site plan in terms of the tree planting and other things. So we are going to be reviewing that site plan agreement and ensure that they have done what they're supposed to do. But we have to look at this as this application only. I understand then therefore there's some mistrust with council, as that's what there's a sentiment feeling. But I can assure you, and Jerry was still the owner of the property, he came to council knowing that the gas bar was probably not the best use. And as I say, we turned that down. So we are looking at this. It is in our official plan to be zone commercial. So what is the best use? It could also be multi-residential, could be a 10-unit apartment building as well, with a lot more probably cars and traffic and lighting. So we have to receive applications as they come in. We can't deny the application. Then when an application comes in, we have to base it on its merit of land use. And for that particular piece of property, is this the best use? So does it address things like lighting, traffic, noise? Andrea, this business will, because it's an office, will likely operate under regular office hours. So I would call that a Monday to Friday and maybe a Saturday morning. So it won't be lit up the way a gas bar would have been or a retail store. So we're listening, but a lot of what I'm hearing is mainly based on the property beside. So we have to focus on the property and the application at hand. So Karen, is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
I guess it's a done deal, so I'm out.
No, it's not a done deal. We're listening to everything and trying to address your concerns. And your concern was lighting, and I think, and maybe I'm gonna, Chris can maybe speak to the whole site plan control issue and also any other comments. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Sorry,
Thank
my issues are not just lighting, it's traffic, noise, lighting, property values.
Okay.
So I can certainly speak to the site plan control. We'll look at many aspects such as landscaping, lighting, and we do have policies in the official plan that do have for environmental sensitivity for lighting that ensures that, or should ensure that the lighting is orientated downwards, low wattage efficiency. So during the site plan control, we'll require a lighting plan to ensure that there is no light spillage across the property boundaries or very limited. So we'll be ensuring to look at that. As the potential owner has already indicated as well, they have an invested interest as they do live in the community. So I believe that they're gonna also want to ensure that there is no negative impact with the lighting. But as per the site plan control, we'll be looking at various aspects to ensure that the privacy, traffic from the description appears to be low, and lighting will be addressed during that process as well.
Okay, so we've heard from the two that registered through Chris and Jeff. Is there anyone else that was wanting to speak that I'm not aware of, other than the letters we've received? So I'll just see if there's any questions from council. We're not making a decision at this time. We are just the public meeting, but we do have the bylaw coming today. So this is probably the best is any opportunity for councillors to ask any questions. So okay, Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Just because the topic's been raised here, and you mentioned some upcoming follow-up with regard to lighting and tree planting. But might I ask through you to staff, what is the process to validate that developers have followed through on the commitments that are made during the planning and site plan approval process, so that we can have confidence and neighbors can have confidence that they're actually going to get what they what was committed in terms of the the signage, the size of it, the brightness of the light, the type of trees, because I mean Jerry there has got the Home Hardware up the road, and it's been open for a couple of years now, but it's still I'll say the entrance is still looking a bit like an active construction site. So what do we do to follow through on these things?
So, yeah, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Smith, typically with the site plan control, and that's why staff has always been very adamant about site plan control with these developments, is that we collect securities, and there is an agreement between the owner and the municipality. And once a development, whether it's a phase development or it's completed, staff would come out, review it based on the agreed plans. And if it's not built in conformity, we wouldn't release those securities until the development is developed appropriately. That's why it is very important to have site plan control, and that's sort of the recourse. If you collect the appropriate securities, obviously the developers will want their money back, and if they want their money back, they're gonna have to develop in accordance with the approved site plan that was approved by council. So that's sort of the recourse of how we deal with it, and it's an agreement on title that they have to adhere to those specifications within the agreement and what's shown on the plan.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Go ahead, continue, Councillor Smith.
Thanks. Just to follow up then, so to use the Tim Hortons one as an example, we still hold a deposit on that development, or has it all been returned?
I unfortunately was not here for that, so that's something that I would have to look into and get back to council on, if they would want a follow-up with that. If we do still hold securities and it has not been signed off by staff, then certainly I believe we would still have that ability to look at the landscaping and notify the Tim Hortons that they are not in conformance with the agreement as well.
Okay. Can I ask another question of Andrea now?
Yes.
Thank you. Andrea, just curious, and depending on your expertise here now, but we have I know you don't need a lot of walk-in traffic. It's, as you said, it's few visitors by appointment, but we have a downtown village of Halliburton that has, frankly, several, empty facilities. And yet they don't seem to be suitable. And what makes it, better for you to, move out of town and therefore have further, other than having lunch at Tim Hortons, you've got your employees have to go some distance to have lunch unless they bring it. Same for coffee breaks and so forth. What makes it attractive to locate out of town as opposed to supporting the the redevelopment, the revitalization, if you like, of our downtown core?
Andrea, I'll let you answer, but Councillor Smith, that is still it may not be in the VIA district, but it is still considered in the village area, even though it's so, I'll let Andrea answer that. But again, we're really just focused on, is this good land use planning for this application? Her personal decision of whether she wants to be downtown or not is not relevant. We're trying to just focus, but go ahead, Andrea, if you want to answer.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think I mentioned before that one of the limitations of the core strip is that there isn't room for growth. And also, we're passionate at ACM Designs about serving all people irrespective of age or ability. And so the core strip in many cases does not support accessible use. And so that is that's one of the reasons why we rent where we do, is that if you had an assistive device, and this is really a big planning conversation, if you have an assistive device, you can come and visit us. You don't have to go upstairs. I invested in, accessible doors, the whole 9 yards. Those will then go to the next property. The other part is ACM is growing considerably, and there just isn't room for us to grow with staff downtown. So, this is just a better choice. And actually, just hearkening back on what the mayor said, is I actually am living right in town. I actually consider that still part of town, whether it is within definition or not. This is still part of town. And I understand progress and change is challenging, but to me, it's still part of town, and I'm not leaving town.
Okay, so.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Smith and Andrea and Jerry. So we do have a resolution that is in our package, so you've read it. It's to report back to council to direct a bylaw be brought forward for consideration. So do I have a mover and a seconder for that resolution? Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that the report for the lands of Walker, which consists of Part Lot 11, Concession 8, Parts 5 and 6, Plan 19R-9193, Geographic Township of Dysart, Municipality of Dysart et al., be received for information, and the council directs the bylaw be brought forward for consideration during its January 26, 2021 regular meeting, and the council recommends that bylaw 2021-04 be approved. All those in favor? Any opposed? So that's carried. Okay, so that actually concludes. I need an adjournment of the public meeting. Mover seconder, please. Councillor Donaldson, second Councillor Clark. Be it resolved, the council hereby adjourns the public meeting at 9:47 a.m. and reconvenes the regular meeting of council. All those in favor? Carried.
So it happened?
It goes to council meeting.
Oh.
Yeah, well, so it still has to come back as a bylaw. Okay, so we'll ask the participants to say goodbye, and we're back at our regular meeting.
I'm mute.
Or you can, okay. Let me just get back on track where we are. So we have another delegation that has been waiting in the wings because their delegation time was 9:30. So I apologize for that. But we'll bring our next delegate in, Greg Brown. Good conversation. We don't want to rush the public meetings. It's an important application. So we have Greg Brown joining us from Stothart Creek. And I will wait for Greg to join in.
Good morning.
Hi, Greg. I can hear you. You don't have your video on, but that's fine. We can hear you. Your choice if you want video. There you go. So what I'll do is I'll start with staff on this report, and then we'll let Greg speak if that's okay.
That's great.
So I'm not sure if this is Jeff or Chris.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, prior to this meeting, I really didn't have time to prepare a report. So I'd like to defer to Greg so that he can outline his request. And then I can speak to it because between the agenda time and today, I did have a quick look at the agreement file and I do have some comments, but at least Greg or Mr. Brown can outline his request to council.
Okay, that's great. So Greg, we'll go right to you.
Thank you, Lady Mayor and the councilors and Pat. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and appreciate the work you're doing as is evident with your last dealing with Andrea and that request. But anyway, we're very excited, always have been, to live in Halliburton, and it's a great time both for Halliburton's growth and Stothard Creek, and it's been a long time coming, but we're happy to be a part of it, and we're happy to have the ongoing support and assistance from the municipality. We have a very old agreement that was established in 1993, I believe, which I'm sure all of us were alive at that time, but it is pretty old. And over the years, there's been some changes, and I got more familiar with the extensive document in more recent years as things started to develop, and we actually found what I believe is some errors. It's amazing, but I think that's what's happened. The last let's see, what's this called, bylaw in reference to the subdivision, I think was 2014, number 33, which I hope you have a copy of there. And if you look on the second page under the security purposes for road construction, you'll notice a number of lots there in phase 1 and 2 that have been secured by the municipality to provide for road construction. So in a word, which you probably all understand, if a developer were to default on his agreement, then the municipality would like to have enough security to complete the roads. The question in my mind is why there are so many lots being held by the municipality right now. In my letter to you, I've indicated that we've already bought back 4 of the lots in phase 1 by making $20,000 payments. And that money is being held by the municipality as security for the completion of the roads. Under the original agreement, which is Schedule E, that I believe you would have a copy of, if you look at item number 4 on Schedule E, it indicates that there is security for construction of roads, 4 lots in phase 1 and 3 lots in phase 2. This is not contended in any way by us, but as is evident in the bylaw 2014-33, there are actually in phase 1, I think I have to recount here, 9 lots being secured in phase 1 for road security. And then in phase 2, there's actually 4 lots being secured. Now, this is obviously subject to a great deal of passage of time, but I think there is an inherent error in the agreement originally that I think I interpreted incorrectly, which led to my agreement with bylaw 2014-33, and that error is found on Schedule E again under number 3, which is referred to as the Security for Construction Lien Act for construction of roads. Now, this number 3 indicates that there would be 4 lots in phase 1. And that would support bylaw 2014-33, But in fact, the correct interpretation of Schedule E number 3 is found in the body of the agreement, paragraph 19E. And that paragraph, if you have that, and I apologize, I don't know if, but anyway, I think it's in paragraph E, which is page 7 of the original agreement. It says that in order to secure the municipality with respect to its obligations under the Construction Lien Act, the developer shall deposit with the municipality a letter of credit or cash equivalent to 10% of the cost of the design construction for all roads within the subdivision. Well, that should have been reflected in bylaw 2014-33, because the designed value of the roads is $120,000, as is evident from Schedule D, which I hope you have a copy of as well. It says in paragraph 2 of Schedule D, right at the end of the paragraph, it says that the estimated cost of $120,000 for phase 1 and phase 2. Security for this item will be provided as set out in Schedule E. Okay, so you take that $120,000, the design value, and then according to Schedule E number 3, that the 10%, I'm sorry, back to paragraph 19 E, 19 paragraph E, it says that the cash equivalent to 10% of the design construction. So 10% of the design construction would be 10% of $120,000, which would be $12,000. Instead, and I believe erroneously, the Schedule E, which is just an attempt at summarizing the intent of the agreement, for some reason, rather than 10% of 120,000, they actually have indicated 4 lots, which would be, rather than $12,000, it would be $80,000 of security. I hope I haven't spoken too quickly, because it took me a long time to work through this, and I wouldn't blame anybody if they didn't follow my explanation, but anyway.
Well, we did have everything included in our package, and you almost sound like a lawyer, Greg. I'm in, check Schedule A and see, and so we did have it all in there. And so, and as you said, this subdivision agreement is 30 years old, and so if we went off incorrect information from the get-go, then it's continued. So you're delving a little bit deeper perhaps with your lawyer. So I want to turn to staff and see, so what can we do, and what is the request here to do?
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, as mentioned, I did have a quick look at this file. And given the age of the agreement, I must admit that the documentation wasn't abundantly clear. However, having said that, the suggestion provided by Mr. Brown aligns with the calculation noted in the agreement. As he mentioned, Schedule E notes that 4 lots were to be conveyed for security. However, the calculation within the body of the agreement suggests that only 1 lot was required. And even if you look at the full copy of the agreement, which is attached to the agenda today, you can see that there's even a question mark beside where it notes 4 lots with a 1 and a question mark. So looking at that, based on what Mr. Brown is saying, it's possible that we did take too many lots. Having said that, there was actually 2 bylaws passed to accept lands for security. And this is where I kind of run into a couple questions. The first bylaw was passed in 2007. And at that time, that bylaw accepted 10 lots for security, which appears to align with the calculation in the agreement. It wasn't until 7 years later in 2014 that, as Mr. Brown mentioned, that council passed another bylaw, which rescinded the original bylaw from 2007 and accepted 13 lots as opposed to 10. And at that time in 2014, the documentation for the 13 lots was provided by Mr. Brown's solicitor. He provided deeds and actually marked those 13 lots on a map. So I think that's where the direction came from. So it's a bit unclear what changed between 2007 and 2014. It's possible it was nothing. It's possible that Mr. Brown's lawyer was just following what the agreement said as opposed to the calculation. So I'm actually looking for some direction from council. As I mentioned, I didn't really have time to, it's a big file and it's an old file, so I didn't have time to go through it from front to back. But if council would like me to take an in-depth look at it and see if I can find any clear documentation, I could do that and come back with a report.
Okay, and that's actually the resolution I have in front of me does read at the end, and further that council directs staff to review this file and return with a detailed report because it is a little bit muddy. We certainly want to be fair to Greg Brown and the developers. You know, the property now is moving. People are looking to purchase, and I know that we want to get this right too if there an error was made. So I don't think we're not going to be able to make a decision other than we're going to direct staff to review. And I think we need our own legal issue. So, or opinion, I should say. So any further questions on that? Or is the resolution as it reads? We'll get back to this, Greg. We want to be fair to you. And if we've erred, then we need to correct that. So does that sound like a good move? Ask staff to review. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, just a question, I guess 2 questions of Greg. First, Greg, in the agreement, 19C suggests there's a cash deposit or letter of credit equivalent to 120% of the estimated cost of installing the roads.
Yeah.
And of course, the estimated cost of installing the roads from 1992 at $120,000 will be, obviously it's going to be more expensive today.
Correct. Your question, sorry.
Well, the 120% there, and you know, so is there a more current estimate of the cost of installing the roads? And when do you plan to install the roads? Is there do you have something, a schedule in mind in that respect?
I appreciate your question. To start with, the really good news is that each lot that is currently secured is worth about 3.5 times on average what the security is outlined in the document. So having secured those lots, the municipality now has lots that are actually worth $70,000 or more. We've actually done as high as 90,000 in sales on one particular lot there, lot 15, that Jeff is quite familiar with. But anyway, so you have very good security in the remaining lots, which are you know, the lots in phase 2. You also have $80,000 in deposit or on deposit with the municipality currently. And the condition of the roads, I think anyone that's driven to Stothard Creek would realize that the roads are very much advanced. It's not like taking, you know, raw land and clearing the roads and creating, we've got everything there. And frankly, as a good real estate friend of mine said 30 years ago, you've spent too much money on roads, Greg, because since that day, we have had all the crowns, all the ditches, even back slopes that you can locate, particularly easy to see on lot 16, where rather than a ditch that just drains into the adjacent lot, there's a back slope that contains the ditch so that the runoff doesn't go into the lot, but it actually courses down the ditch line the way it's supposed to. So there's been a great deal of money spent. Back in the day, I spent $140,000 putting in lots, only to find that the development has taken 30 years to come to fruition. And even Halbian was 30 years selling out the lots there. I don't think it's going to take me 30 years to sell out the lots, although the tax man may suggest or my accountant may suggest I slow the process down. However, so all that to say, the roads have a lot of work in them, John, already to complete them, given the security that the municipality holds. I think you're in a very cash positive position. And also to say that given the current climate in Halliburton, thank God, things I think are going to go forward very successfully. And I don't think your exposure in reference to Stothard Creek is large.
No, you can say that again. A piece of land goes on the market and in the middle of winter, without anyone being able to actually walk on it, it's sold in 24 hours right now. So what we do need to do is get to the bottom of the agreement to make sure that it's fair for all, for Mr. Brown and for council, to make sure that it's accurate. And obviously a mistake was made along the way. And so we're gonna get staff to review the file and return with the report. So I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councilor McKechnie and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. The council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Greg Brown regarding lots held as security for road construction at Stothard Creek, and further that council directs staff to review this file and return with a detailed report and recommendation at a future meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. So thank you, and Greg will be in touch prior to it actually coming back to council. There may be back and forth some questions with your solicitor and yourself, okay?
Okay, very briefly, but it was included in my letter as well, Mayor. And the second request referred to the development charges that had previously been, and this is probably a no-brainer, I don't want to take your time up on it, but the development charges which add up to about $20,500. Those development charges were previously secured by lot 15. The same lot that we just sold for $90,000, I was very much appreciated the municipality allowing me to sell lot 15, and it's a question by Mr. Isles, a fair question. Where do you reassume security for those development fees, $20,500. I've suggested that in the interim of paying those development charges, that you might take lot 20, and that is certainly on the table. I'm happy to do that. There's also another lot that I'd suggest maybe closer to the entrance of the subdivision, probably the largest lot on the property, which is lot 2, which I'd be happy to allow you to secure. Well, it's whatever you determine, but if you were to secure lot 2, that would be favorable as well. It's a very good lot. It's just the lot that I don't care to sell until toward the end of the development. So I'll just leave that with you for, I don't know how you want to proceed on that.
Well, in the resolution that we actually just already voted on, it does say direct staff to review this file. So all things will be taken into consideration in the file, everything. So you brought that forward as well. Great.
Okay.
Okay, so
Really
thank you.
appreciate
And, that's all right. And Carl Charles, on that other thing.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Bye now.
Take care. Bye. Bye, Greg.
Bye.
I'm just looking at the time, but I think we can review quickly reports and recommendations from the local agencies and go through that section, and then we'll look at taking a break shortly. But if that's okay with council, we'll just keep rolling.
I'm first.
So I've got Harcourt Community Hall Board. Is there anything, Tammy, you want to report there?
Nope, there's nothing to report. Nothing's
Nope.
happening.
Nothing's happening until they can open up. Okay, West Guilford, anything there?
Same story. We're all closed up.
But they're skating.
Well, yes, there's some outdoor activities, but they're sort of nothing by the community management group.
Yeah, that's okay. I hope the rink's getting used. So then we'll go to Larry for Rails End Gallery report.
Yeah, there's ongoing work with the Rails End Gallery, although it is on not so much in person. They're working on a number of different initiatives on with engaging the community and creativity aspects, that type of thing. They are being hopeful that we're going to be able to do at least a limited arts and crafts festival in July. Again, that's going to depend on the rollout of vaccines and you know, kind of pullback the province is going to be comfortable with. So it's a bit of a question mark, but they have to do the planning at this point in time on the assumption that things may be opening up a bit. The ukulele ladies, they very much appreciated the township making the you know, the big auditorium over the arena open. I guess they enjoyed being even at a distance, enjoyed being able to get together and practice. And other than that, everything is just kind of clicking along as best we can. We'll get restrictions. Thank you.
Okay, I see she acknowledges the, while we haven't actually passed our budget, it's up later for some discussion in our council meeting today. She acknowledges that we did insert some additional funds for the 2021 budget year to cover some hydro and propane costs.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
great.
That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, and you know, so that's great that she's got the calendar dates marked in. Andrea will work with her, and we are all ever hopeful that we can have a few events this summer. So that's great. BIA, anything, Councillor Wood-Roberts there?
They had an early meeting in January and we have another one tonight, but I was unfortunately at work for the last meeting, so couldn't attend. They are planning their AGM, which is going to be in February. It's going to be via Zoom. They have sent a formal letter to the municipality just to investigate the possibility of paying back the municipality to assist in the watering of the plants on the main street. Planning to get their flowers done. You can't make a whole lot of plans when we don't know what's happening, but they're very appreciative of the fact that the meters remain covered.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, working very hard to try to service the community and meet their needs.
Curbside pickup is very difficult for the smaller retailers when they don't have big websites and they, you know, aren't a chain store with a more easily accessible online presence. So I appreciate all that they're doing. It's got to be really tough on the main street. Oh yes, Mallory, I see. I got a resolution that I missed. I'm just rolling along. So is that everything for the BIA?
Yeah, we have a meeting again this evening.
Okay, let me know when the AGM is too. Thank you. I did have a resolution on Rails End Gallery because there was a report there. So if I could have a mover and a seconder on that, please. Councillor Clark and Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council acknowledges the receipt of the January 2021 Rails End Gallery and Arts Centre report. All in favor? And that's carried. Aging Well community, I don't know that you've met. Councillor Wood Roberts, no. Okay. Harvest Halliburton, are they able to meet?
Yeah, still on hold. We expect it to be maybe March or April before we meet again.
Okay. Source protection planning? No, nothing. And Upper Trent Water Management? No. And last, the Halliburton Village Bioenergy Corporation. Tamara, that's something you and I need to get together, I believe, with Barbara and just determine where we're going with that. We've taken CPAC out of this because that's going a different direction that I'll speak to later in the meeting. So that is all of that section. Let's say we do planning. We only have the 3 items in planning, and then we'll take a break after planning. Is that fair? Okay, great. So we'll bring back, oh, they're already there. So this is the bylaw. So I'll turn it over to staff.
Perfect. Thank you. So this is for the lands of Walker, as we heard earlier, based on the presentation and discussion. Staff would just also like to just add, I know that there was concerns related to the use, and as per the subject property, it is within the Halliburton Urban Village area, which we've discussed, which also describes that growing demand, changing retail formats, and lack of suitable land in the central business district require that an increased share of the Halliburton Village commercial development be accommodated in the commercial areas outside of that central business area. So which indicates and actually specifies in the official plan along County Roads 1 and 21 for commercial development. So I just wanted to make that clear as well, that it is in the official plan. And again, as staff has provided, that we recommend that council approve the application for zoning bylaw 2021-04.
Thank you, Chris. And I want to assure the people that are still listening in, the concerns of traffic, noise, property value, and lighting were the sort of main ones that I had heard on this property. I can't imagine that other than construction, which would be exactly the same if it was any kind of dwelling, but once the use is up and running, that I can't imagine there being any particular noise. Traffic seems to be minimal, similar to almost a residence. And lighting we'll work with on the site plan. And I think all of the things, site plan will come back to council. So keep in mind when this passes now, and when we get to that stage, keep in mind all the comments that we heard today from concerned citizens in the area, that we are very sensitive to adhering to a strict site plan agreement with this file. So I do have Councillor Clark, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in a couple words of support. This particular property is a bit complex in that it's an area that's it combines both residential and some commercial. I think the application that's being put forward in terms of the use, I think is the best possible application. My initial concerns were around the the CH34 zoning, that it could be some point changed, and apparently it can't, not without going through another zoning application, which is good. My other area of concern was with regard to light pollution, and Chris has more than addressed that, as it'll have to be part of a site plan that we look at. As also Andrea has come forward, they're quite sensitive to the fact that there's not need for excessive lighting. So that's all good. So I think this is the best solution with what's being put forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Any further comments or questions to staff? If not, there is a resolution to pass the bylaw. All right, no further questions. Can I have a mover and seconder on that, please, then? Councillor Clark, seconded. Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that bylaw 2021-04, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Walker, which would change the zone on the subject land from suburban residential to highway commercial -34 exception zone in order to permit a low impact commercial use on the subject property as identified, be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? Okay, any opposed? See any? No, so that is carried. Okay, thank you. And we will move to the next, which is purchase of a shore road allowance. Okay, and is that Chris also?
Sorry, I was on mute.
But that's okay, that's Jeff, and I wasn't looking, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. and Mrs. Wilk, who are tenants in Harcourt Park, are looking to purchase their shore road allowance in front of their property on Allen Lake. They are looking to, I believe, demolish and reconstruct that building in the near future. The dwelling, which is located on the shore road allowance, was constructed by a building permit in 1960, so its location is recognized by the official plan. However, there is no record of a building permit for the attached deck, and it does not appear to comply with the zoning bylaw. Staff recommend a condition that the deck be removed or brought into compliance. And when I say that brought into compliance, options available to the applicant to bring the deck into compliance would be either to prove that it has legal non-complying status in that location, to remove it, or to obtain a minor variance to legalize its location. Staff requests direction from council for that attached deck, but also approval to process the application. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so questions for Jeff? Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Jeff, I know at this point we're just reviewing the request to purchase the shore road allowance, but when they're going ahead with the building permit application, assuming this is approved, is any reason you're aware of that they couldn't actually, rebuild a little further back from the lake?
Thank you, John. I appreciate the question. I have not attended the site, so I'm not quite clear. The bylaw does permit them to build in that exact location without increasing the size. And that will be reviewed at the time of the building permit. If they do want to move it back, it's encouraged by the official plan, and it does give them a lot more flexibility with going taller, with going bigger. But having said that, I have not visited the site, so I'm not sure if they intend to move back or if they can.
Good question. And Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Yeah, who actually is making the application to purchase? Is it Harcourt Park that it's going to be in? Because that's a unique situation out there where people only lease the land, in my understanding. And secondly, could the deck not be altered or removed or whatever has to happen until such time as the building permit is issued for the new building? Just wondering, is it a two-step process, or can that be part of the condition of the building, that it new building, that it be brought into compliance?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As for all applications within Harcourt Park is required to make the application because they are the property owner. In most instances, they are providing letters or permission for the tenants to make application on their behalf. But yes, that's how these applications typically proceed, and they are aware that this is happening. With regards to the deck, yeah, at that, the condition would be just that it needs to be removed or brought into compliance. If they're looking at doing construction in the near future, at that time, they could address it by removing it or bringing it into compliance at that time.
Thank you.
And as noted, there may be some difficulty with moving the property farther back, but certainly when you say bring into compliance, I would suggest the minor variance route be the very last resort, because any further encroachment into the waterfront area is generally not looked upon, and this is an opportunity they could build. If they want to build a cottage exactly on the same footprint, it appears there's plenty of room on the side to build a deck and not further encroach. So while that's worded in the recommendation that the attached deck is to be removed or brought into compliance, I would strongly suggest when you're speaking with the applicants that the choice of the minor variance is not necessarily a very good route to go down. So even though it is their choice. So any further questions on this file? Comments? Okay, I need a mover seconder, please. Councillor Smith, and seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council approves for processing an application by Harcourt Park Inc., the tenant being Mr. and Mrs. Wilk, to purchase a portion of the shore road allowance along the shore of Allen Lake in front of their property, part lot 4, concession 8, in the geographic township of Harcourt. As per section 3.2.7 of the official plan, the attached deck is to be removed or brought into compliance. These lands are declared surplus. All in favor? Carried. Okay, and the next and last file under planning is Cattell, permission to use road allowance.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Cattell, who owns 2 adjacent rural properties in the township of Guilford, has submitted a request to council for permission to use a municipal road allowance off of Eagle Lake Road for driveway purposes. Section 2C of Policy 32, which I have attached to the agenda, supports this request to use the original road allowance for a driveway. Mr. Cattell has also signed the municipality's standard acknowledgement form. Based on Policy 32, staff recommend approval of this request and are happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, any questions from council? Open to the floor first. I have one. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thanks. 2 questions. First, do we know the purpose for which Mr. Cattell plans to use his lots that are well set back from Eagle Lake Road?
I have not talked to him in person, but I have had some general conversations with other people, and it sounds like it's for residential purposes.
Okay. Thank you. And then the second question, Policy 32 states that the user will pay an annual fee. And there's no reference to that in the report. Do we plan to charge an annual fee here, or does he just get free use of the property?
I am looking at that section right now, and without reading it, there's 2 sections in that part of the Policy 32. The first section says where the council deems the use to be minor in nature, such as for a driveway, that they just go the simple route, which is this permission to use road allowance. I believe you might be referring to the next section, which says where the use is a bit more intense, that they are to enter into a license of occupation agreement, such as for a dock on a road allowance or something like that. And that's when they would get into a license of occupation, and there'd be an annual license fee, as well as other costs for survey.
Okay, but most taxpayers need to, buy a piece of property and pay taxes on it when they're going to use land for a driveway. And so it always troubles me how in some situations, people are able to make a request and receive the right to use our property, public property, for no charge whatsoever. That's the puzzling aspect. And as I said, I was encouraged to note that in section F there, the 3rd bullet from the bottom says the user will pay an annual fee, and I might try and leverage that.
I think the original purpose of road allowances were for that very reason, is to open up road allowances to land. He's paying taxes, and if he's going to develop something on that, he'll pay more taxes because he'll have a structure there. So that is the purpose of road allowances. I don't pay to drive on my street in town, although that isn't a road allowance, but you know what I mean? It's the sort of the same concept. I pay general taxes. I did have a question. I'm not sure, Councillor Smith, if you're finished on that note. I know you said you had 2, but mine was more about the trees and tree removal. And is there an existing road there? And do we go and inspect that he has, cut down whatever trees? Like how does that work to access the property?
Thank you, Mayor. And if I could just address Mr. Smith's comments first. Looking at the policy for this intended use, it doesn't specify the requirement for a fee. However, that section of the policy does say It is at council's sole discretion and subject to any conditions of council that they want to impose. So it would be a decision of council if they want to impose a fee. Mayor, with regards to your questions for tree removal, there is a section in that policy and a section in the standard acknowledgement form that says if the municipality would like the timber for any trees that are being removed, that we do have first right to that. So I do request direction from council in that regard. They are required to obtain proof that they are staying on that road allowance. Having said that, I did look at the imagery and it looks like there might be some sort of trail on this location already for a majority of the way to the property before I lost track of it as the imagery wasn't quite clear. So there are requirements for them to prove they stay on the road allowance. And if council would like firewood from the trees, I request the direction.
Okay, that's open. If anything, it could be a donation to the heat bank or something like that. That was my concern, is how do we know he's staying on the road allowance? Because unless it's surveyed or partially opened already, we want to make sure that we don't grant permission and that he accidentally goes onto lot. I can't remember what that number is, to beside him to the other direction. Councillor Wood Roberts has a question.
Well, that was just my question. To the lot to the right, is that north, south, east, to the east? Would that, if we let him use that road allowance as a driveway, could the person on the other side of that road allowance say, well, I want to use it too? Is that going to create any conflict?
So what the policy says is that when council grants permission to someone to use a road allowance, it then becomes their responsibility to construct and maintain that driveway. It also says that it is still a public, I guess, piece of property, and that driveway is open to the public to use. So if that property owner across the road wanted to use that for driveway purposes, they would not have to come back for permission from council.
Okay, they just have permission.
What if a pig fight ensued about who it belongs to?
It still belongs to Dysart. We're not selling, we're just granting permission to use. Councilor, Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
I don't have any issue with using the road allowance. I think that would give 3 properties though. So it's going to have a road name, I would understand. It looks like the 2 properties already use the road allowance to access their properties. So other than that, I think a survey would be in order to ensure that he stays on the actual road allowance.
Thank you. And the applicant has contacted the County of Halberton prior to submission of this request. And a staff member from the county has provided comments that they don't have any concerns with the existing entrance off of Eagle Lake Road. I believe Mr. Kennedy is correct that this will require a road name, but they will have to address that through the county.
What about the survey question?
Sorry, and just to provide clarity on that, on the front page of the application, it does say that the location of the allowance is the responsibility of the applicant and may be required to be verified by a surveyor if necessary.
Okay, good. And do we need to include in anything that if there is any trees to be cut down, that firewood be donated to the heat bank? Is council okay with that? Anybody have a wood stove? No, it's not for our purpose or benefit. It should be the greater good of the community. Just kidding. Does that need to be written in, or can that just be communicated back to the? Does that need to be written into a resolution, or can that be communicated back to the applicant?
We can communicate it back, but ideally it would be added to the resolution. Then it holds them to that if they all wood that they do cut down can be donated to the food bank, and I can even provide them a contact information.
Is that okay with anyone who wants to move and second that, to add that to the resolution? Councillor Clark, yes. Councillor Smith, you okay? Okay. Do you call it wood or firewood? It's not firewood till you're burning it. And that all, Mallory, what would I call it?
Yeah, you can call it timber removed from the site during the preparation of the driveway. Be donated to the heat bank.
Okay. So do I have a mover and a seconder for that? And then I'll read that. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that council grants permission to the registered owners of rolls number 040-000-36000, oh goodness, and 040-000-35800, being lot 14 and part lot 15, concession 3 in the geographic township of Guildford, to cross and use the original allowance for road located between lots 15 and 16 in concessions 3 and 4 in the geographic township of Guildford, municipality of Dysart et al., as shown on the sketch attached to the signed acknowledgement form. Use is restricted to the driveway shown on said sketch attached to the signed standard acknowledgement form. Permission extends to heirs, executors, and invited guests and is subject to the terms and conditions outlined in the municipality's standard acknowledgement form for use of a road allowance. Use is restricted to normal vehicle and pedestrian traffic associated with uses permitted in bylaw 2005-120 as amended, and that all timber removed from the road be donated to the heat bank. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so that concludes our planning portion. I think it's a good time for a 15-minute recess. We can stretch our legs, grab a coffee, etc. And so we will be back at 10:50. Is that correct? Yes. 10:50, we'll resume. So we're in recess. Okay, and we are back after that recess. Councillor Wood Roberts is not at her desk, but I'm sure she'll be back any second. So what I'm going to do is ask staff to bring in our fire chief if he's available. There's a report there. So we're just going to bring Mike Isles in. Okay, sorry for the pause, just waiting for Mike. There he is. Hi, Mike, how are you?
Very good.
I'll let you speak to your report, go ahead.
Typical monthly report, a little different. This is kind of a year-end quick synopsis. Call volume year-end was up. We were up 30 calls over the previous year, most notably in the hydro calls, so indicative of the weather. We have a bad storm. It's quite typical. You get 5 or 6 hydro call complaints with a storm, so probably indicative of a couple of storms. Interesting, call volume up. The hours are actually down from last year, but I suspect those hours, a lot of that would be related to training because we had, as always, COVID jumps in there and practices were canceled. So that's probably why the difference in the hours.
Okay, and one thing that we were talking about at our last EOC meeting was how to carry on with doing some kind of training, and you were going to look into possibly doing some Zoom if there was any online training that you could do as a group, just you know, to keep everybody on their toes until it's safe to do some practical and in-person training again.
Yes, so we have canceled in-person training until the lockdown. That's the Monday night training. Just to keep us safe and separated, so try to alleviate any potential cross-contamination within the fire department.
Okay. And I just want to thank you, Mike, again for your leadership. I was referring in my opening remarks that it's almost been a year, and it'll be middle of March when we convened our emergency control group meeting, and Mike's just been doing a fabulous job for us here at Dysart and for our control group. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions for Mike? No? Okay, very good. It's I haven't heard too many sirens lately, so hopefully people are being safe and not as many people driving, etc. Maybe not as many car accidents or the like. I do have a motion to receive the report. If I could. For seconder, Councillor Smith, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for December 2020. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Okay, and next we're going to bring in Public Works. So we'll be bringing in Rob Camelon and John Watson, I believe. Is he online today? Yeah. Okay. And lots to talk about in Public Works today. Hi, John. Is Rob coming in? Hi, Rob.
Good morning.
Good morning. So the first up is the 2021 and 2022 proposed capital road resurfacing as directed by council to come back with a draft 2. So I will let you speak to that.
Yeah, not a whole lot to speak to. You'll see as part of this report at the end, there is a map showing all the exclusions. So those are the roads that could be considered for a sewer line extension. So basically, until we're given the go-ahead by council, those roads will remain out of the capital program works. So they're not in 21, 22, or anything beyond that. So we're waiting until there's a decision or some sort of consensus on where the sewer line extensions will go before those roads get put back in.
Okay, and I think that was a good decision. Okay, Councillor Wood Roberts, go ahead.
So there would have to be a study for the feasibility of the sewer lines to be put in those areas, correct, Rob?
That's correct, yes.
Where would that funding come from?
Unknown at this point.
Yes, actually, for our meeting, gosh, Tamara, you can correct me, I believe it's February 16th. We have a meeting to discuss the Dysart service delivery review, and that was one of the recommendations. So, you know, that's when we are going to sort of prioritize some of those recommendations in the service delivery review. So it's not that the roads, I'm sure some people seeing draft 1 to draft 2 in town might be disappointed that the road isn't getting updated. This isn't an indefinite thing. This is something that we'll be talking about shortly, how we fund that. And if we even go forward, we'll see what happens on the 16th. But for now, they get pulled out for the 2021 budget for sure, which is what council directed. So, you know, any further comment on the proposed capital resurfacing? The one thing, although we have not passed our budget yet, we did set a target of $1 figure to be put in there. And I think what also is included in the resolution today is the final part, that council authorized staff to prepare and release tender documents for the work to be completed in the 2021 construction season. And I think that's really important to note that if we're able to pass this resolution today and confirm the draft 2 projects going forward, we are way ahead of the game in terms of being able to get out with tenders and guaranteeing work done in a timely fashion. So I think that's really important to keep in mind. So Deputy Mayor Kennedy and then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, excellent work, Rob. And as you said, we sort of put our faith in the DOT software, and as it evolves, your forecasting will only improve. So I have no issues with the report and fully prepared to endorse it. I would like to speak, though, at some point before we're done this topic about the gravel roads and our council's previous commitment to return them to paved. And so I don't know when the opportunity for that to speak to that, Madam Mayor, is.
I think anytime. Go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, I think in 2018, council was pretty decisive that we were making a commitment to move our some of our gravel roads, not all of them, but some of our gravel roads that have higher daily traffic counts back to pavement. And to date, halfway through our term, there is nothing in the 2021 or 2022 budget. So thanks to Councillor Smith for raising this through Rob, and then Rob was able to give us a quick report back on what the potential costs might be involved in moving forward with this initiative. So I took a look at it, and I would like to see us take a look at taking the top 4 or 5 based on average daily traffic counts, and perhaps maybe moving forward with ditching those this year with the idea of resurfacing them next year. And if we have to actually borrowing some funds to complete this project, I think we've made the commitment, but I think we're going to have to step outside the $1.5 million we're committing to our annual commitment to roads and go above and beyond. And a couple ideas where we might source some of the money, but I think we're going to end up having to borrow, even if it's from ourselves. So I'd welcome comments or discussion on this topic. Thank you.
Well, and thank you for bringing that forward. And we wouldn't be the only municipality looking at borrowing funds to get a bit of a jump start on some roads. And I totally agree with you. We said that we were going to do a process. We were going to adopt the DOT software, which has been very helpful. And we were going to do a full traffic count, and that's been very helpful. So, you know, we do need to make a plan, even if it isn't for the 2021 year, to actually get the resurfacing done, but certainly that when, to be fully and properly able to answer the question when. Councillor Smith, and I don't know if Councillor McKechnie had his hand up. I can't recall, but Councillor Smith.
Thank you. And you know, as Deputy Mayor Kennedy's mentioned, you know, I think this is a good piece of work that Rob has brought forward. The adjustments that meant taking some of the in-town roads out until we make some decisions around the extensions to the sewer system make all the sense in the world. And you know, and in fairness, some of the roads that are replacing those are still some in-town roads that are just not in the area that the expansion to the sewer system would serve. So you know, that was a sensible thing to do. I had asked for some additional information with respect to the cost of maintaining gravel roads, and you know, Rob kind of kindly produced a chart on pretty short notice there. And you know, one of the things that troubled me, as it obviously has with Deputy Mayor Kennedy, is that we haven't made really any progress on restoring some of these roads that were formerly a hard top surface and were converted to gravel in past years. We haven't made any progress in getting them back. At our budget meeting earlier this month, I'd asked that we put in $100,000 in additional funding for ditching. Because I used Kinesis Lake Road as an example, the stretch down towards the dam. Rob had and his team had been intending for 3 consecutive years to get that ditched. Thought they'd be able to do it with their own staff time, and because of other things that have come up, they hadn't got to it yet. And so, we'll have that budget discussion again at our next budget meeting early in February. And I'd hope to see some dollars allocated to that so we can get at that ditching work. But some of these roads, and I'm going to use the stretch of Redkin as an example, as Rob's chart that he provided for us indicates, doesn't really require much in the way of ditching work. He's put down $10,000 here, and frankly, that may even be high because most of that area is pretty flat. It's wide open. The property owners on the I guess it'd be the south side as that road winds along. They keep the brush trimmed back. It's almost like a lawn there that like a boulevard that's maintained on the side of the road by the owners. And so it would be an easy one to get on with in terms of restoring to a hard top surface in 2021. And as Barbara, our treasurer, noted at our budget meeting, and this was in the minutes from the December 11th meeting. I thank Mallory for recording that so accurately, but she noted that we're committed to improving the road network in 2021, and that we have infrastructure reserves and federal gas tax funds that are available to draw from. We've got money sitting in the bank earning 1 or 2% on it. And we're spending money, and use Redkin as an example there. The grading costs were $1,300 in 2020. Dust control cost on Redkin $2,275 per application. Now, 2020 was probably a bad year for dust because of the nature of the rains and so forth. There were at least 4 dust suppressant treatments during the year. Even if it was a more typical 2 or 3 for the, that's adding up with the grading cost to $9,000 a year. If we wait till 2023, when this is in the schedule, we will have spent $18,000 on maintaining a gravel road that if we spent the $70,000 on a surface treatment, we wouldn't need to spend. We can earn, 1 or 2%. We can earn $1,400 a year in interest, or we can spend $9,000 on maintenance costs, or we can simply say, let's advance this surface treatment, make it part of this tender document, and save ourselves all of that money that's being spent on dust suppressant and grading, and even the gravel, because the other thing that's not included here, Rob has an account that he told me he spent in 2020, spent $117,000 on gravel to spread in our roads. Now, obviously, only a small portion of that would be on this stretch of Redkin, just to use that as an example. But that's another factor in the table. So when you add all those costs together, it frankly would be, I think, a sound business decision to advance any of these that we can from 2023 or 2024 and get them done sooner than later. And so I'd like to see us, take this list and expand it by a little bit, using those reserves that Barbara pointed out to us at the December budget meeting that are available. And so, as I said, the easy one is that stretch of Redkin, because there's so little ditching work that would actually be required there. And I'd sure be happy to hear from Rob if he thought there was some ditching work that could get done on some of the others to also get them addressed sooner than later.
Okay, I'll just see if Rob wants to answer any of that. He might just say it's a council decision, but Rob, I'll turn it over to you, and then we'll go back to the floor. I see some hands.
Absolutely. At this point, it is council's sole decision. I'm looking at the same chart that council was given, and there's I don't know, 12, 13, 14 roads there totaling 23 kilometers. So, until we kind of define a narrower scope, I really can't comment on what can and can't be done in a year. What I can say is anything that needs to be ditched this year could very well need to be outsourced. Our crews are booked up doing the roads that are in draft 2 already. The caveat to that is if they're not going to be resurfaced until 2022, we may get to it in the fall. But, we've had good intentions before and something may come up and we don't get to them. And then we're having the same conversation next year.
And I suppose if it's, okay, so I'll talk later. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Further to what that's what I was thinking, is that you're probably already at capacity for 2021. That's why I was thinking the ditching, if we could contract it out and get you prepared for 2022, that might be, in my opinion, a little better, a different approach. The top 5, I just use that as an example. It's $270,000, excuse me, for ditching costs. The top 5 based on traffic counts. That would take us down to the Winona Lake Road and Hasley Pass. So that to me seemed like a big enough chunk to chew off and perhaps not impact too much on your 2022 work plans. That's another consideration that by doing this 2 years out, I know that you're committing your staff to roughly 18 weeks or 20 weeks, whatever it is, of effort with weather. So anyways, it all has to be balanced, that's all.
Councillor McKechnie, I'm sorry if I missed you.
Yeah, needless to say, this is a big issue we have had for a long time, my 10 years on council. I think that Councillor Smith and Councillor McKechnie should understand that a majority of the roads that on these next couple of years are both in our wards. And I know this traffic count thing is, it's the be all and end all. Well, I got some roads done in Klondike, and you've been involved in it, Andrea, been around a long time. I don't know, it's 5, 6, 7 years. And it's time that they got resurfaced. They don't have the traffic count, they don't have the length, but it's time. And I'll throw in Redkin there too. So I understand, there's 155 cars on this road, 169 on this road. But to me, these people have been concerned and questioning us for a long time. I think it's time that we fixed Dunn, Klondike, and maybe Redkin. So I'd really like to address that.
Okay, thank you for that. I think because they're not included in the draft 2 that is in front of us that we're going to be voting on, but it's also been brought up that we would like to look further, and there's been some possibility talk about borrowing. So, and this resolution is to sort of move the roads for construction, capital road resurfacing for this year. I think we can just sort of isolate and look at that, and if there's any questions on that, and then further give direction to staff to come back if it's the direction of council to want to borrow. I don't think it was ever the intention that we would get it done this year. Councillor Smith, I see you. Unless it was the intention of one of the councillors to want to add one of those roads in this year, and then we would be exceeding the 1.5 million, and we haven't discussed how we would finance that. It's a fuller discussion. Councillor Smith?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to, I'm happy to move Rob's draft 2, which totals for, and which is an unknown total because he doesn't exactly, know precisely what people are going to bid. But I'd like to add Redkin to the list. It's a stretch of just over, it's 1.4 kilometers. It's high traffic. It requires, by Rod's nodding, as I commented earlier in his estimate, $10,000. It requires very little in the way of ditching, if any. Frankly, when I drive along, I'm not sure what you would need a ditch, but maybe there's something there. And at least get that one done. And we'll be having the discussion as I said in the early February budget meeting, about more dollars for ditching. We've got to tackle this backlog that we just don't seem to get to on our own. But at least getting that one in there would be a step that would knock off one of these top 5. To Councillor McKechnie's point about Dunn and Klondike, as he notes, they're not high traffic. They are both roads that require a fair bit of expenditure for ditching, even given their short distance. There's $75,000 required there in ditching expense between those two relatively short roads. So that's a big piece of work that we can't be sure at this point. But if later in the year we get some dollars allocated for ditching and that work can be contracted out and completed early in the spring or early summer, I'd sure be happy to come back and look at even adding more to the scope of our surface treatment in 2021. But I do think Redken is an easy one to add at this point. So as I said, I'd be happy to move Rob's report with the addition of Redken to the defined scope.
Councillor Smith, and I see you, Councillor McKechnie. I'll take your question next. The only thing I'm thinking, Councillor Smith, is because this is only in the public works section and we're not actually doing the a budget discussion right now. If this is just what I'm thinking, is that we could pass this resolution as it stands and then hold that thought. It doesn't exclude that we are going to add Redken, but that becomes a budget issue and then that we're going way off. So perhaps we could either have that discussion. It is on the verbal agenda for today as an update of where we're at, and then we can have that as an item to place on the February 8th council meeting. I'm going to mix up my dates. I don't know that if we include that in the resolution, then we're taking it as a budget discussion, which we're not really having right now.
Well, the only concern is that Rob wants to issue or prepare and issue an RFP document. If we don't include Redken in that scope, it won't be in the RFP response of any of the bidders, and we'd be faced with going back to the marketplace sometime after the fact. Given that it's only one stretch of road, that's where I would come from on it. Get it in there now.
It's true, except I don't know how we get it in there right now because it's a budget discussion. So it would be a matter of a couple of weeks. Rob and then Councillor McKechnie.
Oh yeah, there's a couple options with Redken in particular. You know, it's not that long of a section, and I don't think it will have an impact on the unit price, quite honestly. It's such a small section, but we could also add it in as a provisional item if you choose, just so it is documented that it's in the contract.
So would that be in the event that if the contract prices came in lower than anticipated as we budgeted, that would then be included? Is that what you're saying? Otherwise, to wait to a budget discussion to talk about Redken.
Provisional only to council has the sole discretion whether to move ahead with the work or not. It's not part of the draft too, but if they wanted to throw that road in just so the contractor's aware there may be another section, it's just another step towards the releasing the document.
Okay. Councillor McKechnie and then Councillor Clark.
Yeah, Redken's roughly 1.4 kilometers and Dunn and Klondike are 2.6 kilometers. And I'm not trying to slight my constituents on Redken because there's 4 and 5 wards are involved there. But the people have been waiting on Dunn and Klondike twice as long as people on Redken. So to me, Dunn and Klondike should be done before Redken. I'd like to get Redken done also, but I'm really getting a lot of conversation about these two roads. It's a joke now. Whenever I talk to people, they just say, "Oh yeah, well you'll get it done. You'll get it done." So it isn't like this. Dunn and Klondike have been just appeared not 2 years ago, 3 years ago. They're into 5, 6, maybe longer years ago where they've been requesting. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that we take initiative to kind of promote one road ahead of the others. We've got 300 kilometers of road. We need, per Rob's software, we've got a program to identify, what comes up when. If we start identifying one road because we're getting a bunch of letters from, from one part of the constituency, we're going to get no end of squeaky wheels. I've got 2 townships. I've got Dysart and Dudley, and meanwhile, the 2 small townships here are screaming about all the money being spent where they want. I haven't been in pushing my people, but if we want to start, arm wrestling on this stuff, I can make things ugly. So let's work with a set process on how we're establishing what the priorities are for roads being done, not based on the number of letters that are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. One of the things that the DOT software and also have our traffic count was supposed to take away the politics of this. But so for that, I'm going to go back to the suggestion that I have that February 8th is our budget meeting. And so it may or may not affect the budget if we're adding to the levy or if we're looking at borrowing options. So I think in light of what I'm hearing, we can't just throw out roads indiscriminately. I definitely want to have the conversation about Redken, about Dunn, about Klondike, whichever, and we'll make a decision as we always do by collectively or vote, and then council will move forward. But I think it wouldn't be fair at this point to put a particular road in this resolution. It's less than 2 weeks away for that date of our budget meeting, and I would propose that we discuss additional returning roads back. We're looking at our capital road resurfacing that we had a draft to, that we gave staff direction to come back with a draft to take out roads in town. So we've come back. So this is the resolution on the table. And let's hold that other conversation for a deeper dive on February 8th, if that's okay. Otherwise, we're just grasping at throwing out roads here and there. And I agree with Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Smith. We need to give these people an answer, and the answer may not be what they want to hear, but at least they.
What about Councillor McKechnie? Do you agree with him?
Absolutely, pardon me, not leaving anybody. I hear all of the councillors except the 2 of the ladies are rather quiet, but actually Councillor Wood Roberts worked hard with our Rob Camelon to go through the town roads. So it's a deeper discussion. I think we have a budget. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thanks. I want to say, and that's why I asked for this detail surrounding expenses, it related to maintaining gravel roads. This isn't about somebody writing a letter and saying my road's more important than somebody else. This is just looking at the simple economics of it. Do we want to spend approximately $10,000 a year maintaining Redken as a gravel road? And we've made a decision it's going to get converted from gravel back to a hard top surface. The only question is exactly when. And we can spend, as I said, $20,000 waiting the 2 years out to 2023 and then spend the $70,000. Or we can spend the $70,000 now and save that $20,000 in expenses between 2021 and 2022 maintaining a gravel road. It's a simple question of business economics. And given, again, our Barbara Swinnell, our treasurer, said in December that we had funds available in the reserves and the gas tax funds. We don't need to borrow anything for this. We don't need to add to the levy. We simply need to use money that has been previously set aside, or the money we get from the federal government through that gas tax credit, use it on something that makes good business sense. And if you don't want to make the final decision today, if that's your wish, I think it's an unfortunate decision, but at least allow Rob to put it in the RFP documents as he suggested as a provisional item that may be added at council's sole discretion. Given the RFP document is already going to have whoever wins it up on Redken doing a portion of it anyway.
Mallory, what would you like to help out here?
I just wanted to point out that the December 11th meeting, Barbara was asked to clarify if we had money to handle results of the asset management plan. So that was referencing when we get those results and we're told what areas we need to focus on. And that's when Barbara clarified that we do have money with gas tax funds and in the reserves as well. It wasn't referencing resurfacing or anything like that. So I just wanted to clarify the context of that comment that was made back then.
Okay,
I'd like to have it made clear that if you're making a proposal for Redken, that Dunn and Klondike are included in that.
so we have a choice to pass the resolution as it is and bring those other items forward at our next budget meeting. Or we can add those in to see where we're at with the prices and the tenders that we don't necessarily need to accept them on those sections. Is that what you're saying, Rob? If we include them, but we haven't figured out how we're going to pay for them?
Yeah, you can accept or reject any item in a tender. It's at your discretion, but to identify it as provisional just gives the contractor a heads up that it may happen, it may not.
Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I would move that we accept and endorse the roads resurface draft 2 as presented, and that further discussion on the gravel versus hardtop be moved to February the 8th after Rob has a chance to digest what he's heard here today and maybe make some recommendations on, and Barb might be able to help as well, wade in on this, that we can make a lot better decision on February the 8th. That's a dedicated budget day, and we'll have an opportunity to review all councillors and maybe everybody will make some noise on gravel. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just for clarification of the date, can someone, Mallory, can you correct me on the date of the budget meeting? That's
Looking at my notes behind me, February 12th.
February 12th.
Yeah.
Which is the Friday, that's what I thought. Okay, so. Okay, do we have a mover for that? Deputy Mayor Kennedy, was that you're moving the resolution that's as presented? Okay. Do we have a seconder on that? Councillor Clark. So I'll read the resolution as it stands. Be it resolved, the council acknowledge and receive this report on 2021-2022 proposed capital road resurfacing draft 2, and that council approve the proposed work outlined in this report with any amendments made by council at their discretion, and that council authorize staff to prepare and release tender documents for the work to be completed in the 2021 construction season. Am I adding and that do I need to add something to this, or we just give verbal direction to staff to bring back a report at the, okay. So I'm not going to add that to the actual, that's just a verbal direction to bring back the gravel road discussion at our budget meeting. Okay, so I have read the resolution. Rob?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I think I would need something a little more clear than verbal at this point.
Okay, so that's what I need some help with, and that staff bring back a report regarding resurfacing of gravel roads as identified. Is that okay with the mover seconder? It's very hard to write and talk and look at the screen at the same time, so I'm good, but I'm not that good, haha. Right? Okay, so
what's Rob need clarification on? We've asked them that to take a look at the gravel roads, come back with what can actually be done in 2021 and what the cost might be for ditching and or surface treatments that won't affect the pressures that he's already got committed. I think that was that not the discussion? Like what are you looking for, Rob, I guess?
So I'm looking for clarification. So the tender documents can be prepared. I'm unclear if the 3 roads that we talked about are going to be provisional or not, or if they are just going to be left out or added. And as we're talking here, I've thought of a couple more sections that should be included in the chart that I had sent out.
So how I'm wording it, and I'll read it. Everybody just pause for a second, and I'll just carry on amongst yourselves.
So Rob, we're going to carry on amongst ourselves. I'm unmuted. I'll ask you, could your report to the budget meeting include a little more detail around the economics and the scheduling of ditching and surface treatment? So, if the funds were available, if we said to you in the February budget meeting, okay, we're going to give you an additional 100,000 or 150,000 or whatever for ditching, how much of that could you get accomplished early enough in the spring of 2021 that you could proceed with more surface treatment still in 2021, if the economics of it makes sense?
Mhm. Yeah, and this boils back to what we've been saying before. It all boils down to capacity. And I have spoken with a contractor today, honestly, and it's shaping up to be a busy year by the sounds of it. So I think capacity is going to be eaten up on all sides here pretty quickly. So certainly from a surface treatment point of view, it's good that we get out early. But even on the ditching, if it's something you want to pull the trigger on, it should be sooner than later.
Okay, so Rob, as I read the resolution, the first 3 bullets, as I read it, it is not to include them in the tender documents that are going out now. The last part I've written, and that staff bring back a report on gravel roads that could be resurfaced at the February 12th budget meeting. So you're just going out with the resolution as it was for draft 2 as presented, and that we're going to have a further discussion on the gravel roads that could possibly be resurfaced. So we're not throwing out names right now. It'll be a couple weeks behind, but we could tag along with probably other tenders. I don't think we're going to have tenders back in 2 weeks, but so I think we'll have the deeper dive and we'll have to look at financing options. So I have read the resolution. If I need to start over, let me know. So I added that last bit, and then I will call for the vote.
Sorry, could you read the last bit then again? You don't need to read the whole thing. Read the last bit again. Thanks.
I'm not good at drafting and talking and trying to chair a meeting at the same time. It's not easy. And that staff bring back a report on gravel roads that could be resurfaced at the February 12th budget meeting.
So Rob, do you have what you need now in terms of the information you're going to bring in February 12th?
I believe so, yes. If I have anything, I'll certainly have some follow-up questions.
Okay, so I think that has been read, and so then I will call for the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and any opposed? Didn't see any. Okay, so that carries. And I'm sorry if my wording of the resolution isn't as accurate. Hopefully that captured everything. And I think that's a good thing to do today, because it's very difficult to start throwing out names. We definitely, like I said earlier, we want to make sure that we have at least a plan going forward and the rationale behind that. So thank you for everybody's input on that item. So next we'll move to the speed limit review, funding and budget clarification. And I asked for this to be put back on the agenda at our budget meeting when we were, Rob was no longer on the call, and he had brought this forward when he was on the call. But near the end of the budget meeting on January, our last budget meeting, we were trying to do a bit of a plus minus. Barbara had presented a budget that was sitting at 0.22%. We'd had some requests and some other items that were added on. And so I was doing a little math at the end of the meeting, and we were comparing adding this in or adding some additional funds for ditching and brushing. And we can't compare because this item was out of the development reserve. While it was included in his budget, it was not on the levy. So I felt that I misled council, and I asked for it to be back on the agenda for this clarification, that it was to come out of our development reserve in place of the AVL cameras, of which we determined that we would purchase those on a one of each time we're outfitting a vehicle. We would include that in the vehicle. So I'd like to open it up to the floor. If that changes anybody's opinion of whether these now should be included. It is not. Later, we're going to have our budget verbal update. Barbara can speak to that, or she can even answer any questions at this point. So I'd like to open up to the floor to see if that changes any councillors' views. If they want to include this, knowing that it's coming out of the development reserve, not on the levy. Is there anyone, Councillor McKechnie?
Well, I think that I've talked to quite a few people who are in my board. And I'm just going to use 3 roads for an example, which I know quite well, which have speed limit concerns, and the people are nervous of somebody getting hit. One being Halliburton Lake Road, one being Sir Sam's Road, maybe one being Wigamog. There's always concerns for these. So to me, we're just going to give a consultant or whoever $50,000 to come up here and tell us that Halliburton Lake Road should be 50 kilometers from this point to this point, which would be Fort Irwin right into the new subdivision. Sir Sam's Road would be from the bottom of the hill to the ski hill, should be 50 kilometers. Wigamog Road from the highway into past Wigamog. I mean, they're going to tell us this, and we already know that. That's what the speed limit. To me, the people want, what I'm being told by my constituents, they want more signs. So I know some people aren't for signs, but I'm just listening to the people who are giving me their views that travel these roads on a regular basis. So I recommend that we put the money into signs and radar signs, and also any severe curves in these roads, which we all know are there. Maybe put more signs up for that. Like I say, signs are something that some people like, some people don't, but I'm just listening to my constituents. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McKechnie. Councillor Clark, then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I somewhat agree, although I think as a straight signs, which a lot of people seem to ignore, if there's some of this money can be directed towards brushing or whatever. I have a lot of faith in Rob and his team in terms of identifying, or taking the time to identify areas that are of concern, roads where there are I guess sightline issues. And as Mr. McKechnie, or Councilor McKechnie has identified, there are certain roads where, yeah, we have to slow people down, but it's also as identified by Deputy Mayor Kennedy a while back. Most of these roads are local people. We're not like the city where people are using shortcuts to go somewhere. These don't go anywhere. But I still think if we put the money towards something where we get a set response as opposed to just doing a survey on the roads. I think we've got a lot of capability with our current staff, even if we have to give, kind of bump up their part of the budget to deal with some of this would be good, or if we can support them somehow. But I think our current staff are the ones who've got capability of identifying, areas that are in need. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I think that Councilor McKechnie's suggestion in terms of the radar, and I believe Rob is pursuing at least one of those devices, the radar and speed detection flashing sign, that those do make a difference. I know the county has ones, and they move it around some of the main roads, and they've got statistics that shows how much it has slowed traffic down. Signs that whether they say 50 or 40, I'm going to use Green Lake Road as an example. Green Lake Road, I think our stretch is probably about 3 kilometers in length. There's a sign at where you turn on from Canisius Lake Road that says maximum speed 40 kilometers an hour. At the other end, as you enter our stretch of the road from Algonquin Highlands, there's a sign that says 40 kilometers an hour. Yet, if I recall correctly, our traffic count, which also measured speeds, showed that the average speed was 53 along that stretch of road. Citizens on that road have stuck up all kinds of signs that say slow down, give the play, all sorts of things. But it's a through road. GPS systems direct you to take that as a shorter cut than going through, staying on 118 and coming up Canisius Lake Road through West Guilford. And that's what the drivers are doing, despite the signs. I do happen to believe that if we posted one of those flashing signs there periodically, that it would make a difference. And so I would certainly advocate, rather than having an engineer come up from Toronto, wherever they come from, and tell us that people are speeding on Green Lake Road, that the solution is get one of those radar signs up there every now and again. I'd like to install speed bumps, but Rob tells me that's not permitted. But that would be an effective solution. And there are several roads that would benefit from that type of technology. Down in Mexico, they actually have a rope that they lay across the road, And I forgot what they call it, but it slowed traffic down. And but those radar signs with the flashing message, they work. And I'd rather spend $10,000 on those than putting $47,000 or $50,000 into this engineering study. Thank you.
So I'm not hearing any support. Just keep in mind the next time we get a letter that someone requests that that we need to slow traffic down in a certain area, or people don't know how fast they're supposed to go. This is an opportunity to have a tool out there to do our entire road network. This is not something that staff are going to determine speed limits in certain areas. So this was an opportunity. It was brought back to council at the request of council by staff, because we said, yeah, go out and get a price on what this is. And I just wanted to caution that we asked for this. My point was that it was not on the levy, as I was trying to come up with a percent as I was doing some math in my notes that particular day. So is there anyone who wants to support including this in the
Could I just have one more comment, please?
Sure.
I'll make it short and sweet. I asked Rob the other day, the cottagers, the constituents, do they have any say in what the speed limit on a road should be, or is it Highway Act, or is it our decision? Because I think a majority of these roads, people would like to see a lot more 50-kilometer signs than like I say, there's one on Sir Sam's Road. I don't know how many there are on Halliburton Lake Road, but it's quite a long stretch. It's about 12 or 14 kilometers there, and I don't think there's very many signs. And like I say, everybody doesn't like signs, but what else can we do but to keep drilling it in their heads that it's 50 kilometers? And like I'm also very big on the radar signs flashing. So thank you for that time.
Okay, Rob, did you want to respond to that at all, or?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not really sure what I'm responding to.
Oh, I know. Cottagers don't get to pick the speed limit.
It's at council's discretion. So if they want to suggest speed limits, council can make it whatever they like, really.
Well, I don't see Councillor Clark.
Yeah, very quickly. Rob, this is in support of what you're trying to do with your road network. What do you feel is the best value? Do you think it's better? Do you think you get better value out of a report from on speed analysis, or do you think you've got capability within your own organization tools to try and slow things down? Where do you think the best value is?
We don't have the resources in-house. Like I know that up front. But I feel we have to start somewhere. Say these complaints keep coming and we talk about it and there's really no resolution to it. We put a sign up here, a sign up there, but overall there's no resolution to this problem and it's only going to get worse.
So don't want to hash it out. I asked for this to be brought forward because it was my, I felt that I was misguiding council in terms of this was out of the reserve. While this was included in his budget, it was a transfer from our reserve to fund this. Mind you, it's taken out of the reserve, but it's not on the levy. But if it's still a desire of council not to participate in this and not do that, then speak now. I may regret, we may get like comments on why we didn't do that the next 2 years, but there's no.
Could I just have one more? Could I have one more quick comment? Like what, Rob, could I just ask you a question? What might come out of this study that we don't already know that people are driving too fast on our roads, including myself? And like, other than putting signs up and making them aware that they are doing 80 and a 50, and I just don't know what more that these people are going to come up in their suits and tell us what that road they're driving too fast on. That's a bad corner. I don't know. So I think we already know those things. Thank you.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion, then there is a motion just to receive the report, but there's no direction to include it in your budget, I suppose. So I need a mover and seconder just to receive the report. Councillor Clark, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, the council received the report regarding speed limit review as information. All in favor? Okay, that carries. And it's not included in the budget. So the next item, Rob, is your report that we asked for about brushing. So I'll let you take that over.
Yeah, so this is a follow-up from the last meeting. There was mention of adding to the current brushing program. I think $50,000 was thrown out there. I don't know if there's anything settled on. And all this was meant to convey to council is our funding of last year will fund a 10-year brushing cycle. What it doesn't do is deal with the backlog. So we did a quick dashboard survey of our network, and about 100 kilometers requires brushing at this point. So the 85,000 we have in the budget in 2021 will cover a 10-year cycle, but it will not cover a backlog. So it's for information only. And if council wants to throw some funds in to deal with the backlog, that's at their discretion.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you very much, Rob, for this, and I really appreciate this. Is something that I think we need to moving forward. I'd like to defer this topic into the actual budget day on February the 12th and consider it as part of the bigger package and how we might be able to fund this plus the other. I think there's a appetite to move forward with either. Ideally, I would think probably a 7-year cycle, but I want to see where the dollars are going to come from, and just to take this in isolation, I think. It may not quite be appropriate today, but I think it's excellent information. Thank you.
Very, very good point. I'm sort of thinking along the same lines. There's two parts to the resolution, and one is that we received the report, and it says, and further that council directs, and it has a blank to put an amount in. I think that part would come out of the resolution, and it would be discussed at the budget meeting, but that we've got this report is for information. Does that suit the rest of council? If Deputy Mayor Kennedy wants to, do you want to move that? So move. And then I'd have a seconder to Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that council receives a staff report regarding the current state of the brushing program for information. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay. So the illegal dumping research project, that'll be John.
Yes, so anecdotally, illegal dumping has been increasing within the municipality, particularly in the summertime. And illegal dumping obviously has environmental concerns, and it results in increased complaints to council and then additional work for Dysart's public works staff. So we're proposing to do a research project with students from Fleming College's Sustainable Waste Management Program, facilitated by ULinks, specifically to look at this issue. And we kind of addressed 3 different issues around researching the motivations, behaviors of people who are legally dumping, researching best practices from other rural communities around bylaw enforcement, reporting, promotion, education. And then the 3rd component would be to plan a public education campaign to help minimize the illegal dumping. Because of COVID-19, and kind of where we suspect we could be in the springtime, it's likely anticipated the students would complete this work primarily remotely. And ideally, the 3rd component of this research project, the promotion education campaign, could potentially be implemented for the summertime, just as our seasonal population starts to increase. Traditionally, the municipality funds these projects of about $1,500 to ULinks whenever we do a research project like this.
Okay, thank you for that report. Any questions, comments, support for the project? Deputy Mayor Kennedy, then Councillor Smith.
I find it kind of obvious that people will leave household waste outside of closed landfill gates when the next report you're presenting wants you want to shorten hours at some of our landfills. You want to start charging for bags of garbage, which will promote dumping it on the sides of roads. I think we need to rethink how we're looking after our people. I I just think with the increased traffic and the increased number of people that are staying at home, there's an increase of household waste. And we need to start to look at how we can better serve the people here rather than them being forced to leave things at the park because they don't have a red ticket to get into the dump if they're a renter, for example. $1,500 I'd rather spend on some advertising than this kind of a research program. There's other organizations out there that may help with funding this rather than ourselves.
Okay, it was Councillor Smith was next.
Thanks. You know, litter is a huge issue. The Ontario Ministry of Environment identifies that as one of their priorities in terms of tackling it. It's not just about people leaving bags of household garbage, you know, in our parks or on the side of our road. You know, frankly, I spent way too many hours walking up and down roads picking up trash over the last several years, and I can tell you that the biggest problem in terms of quantity is either beer cans or cigarette butts. And I know why people toss the beer cans out. First off, they ignore all the public education that says you're not supposed to drink and drive. But at least they're smart enough to know that, gee, if I keep these empty cans in my car or my truck and I get stopped by the police, I'm going to be charged with drinking and driving. If I toss them out the window, it'll reduce the chance of being caught. And all the education in the world, I don't know how many millions Mad spends on no drinking and driving, and these people still do it. So it's discouraging. It's frankly a statement on the sad state of mankind that so many people do it, because you don't need to walk far up and down our roads and you can pick up a dozen beer cans any time of year. It's, as I say, sad but true. Cigarette butts. I don't know why people, every automobile that I've ever owned has got an ashtray in it. Yet people think that they flick their cigarette butt out the window and it doesn't do any harm. Well, those filters are made of plastic, and that goes in our ditches and ends up in our lakes, and it's you know, it's a shame. I'm generally very supportive of the ULinks studies, and I do think in this case we might learn something. You know, as somebody else, as some other community figured out a way of educating people or reducing the amount of it. It's not going to go away because unfortunately there's a small percentage of people. You know, it's not like everybody litters. Most people were brought up better than that, but there's a bunch of people out there. You can call them pigs, you can call them slobs, you can call them whatever they want. They think it's acceptable, and somehow we've got to get a message to them that it's not, and here's what it costs. And so if these college students can come up with some ideas, best practices that have worked elsewhere, you know, I think it's a small price for the potential benefit. So I'd be supportive of it, but I want to emphasize it's not just about household waste. Beer cans, cigarette butts, Tim Hortons coffee cups, plastic water bottles, they're all out there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So you're in support of that, Councillor Clark?
Yeah, as Councillor Smith has identified and Mr. Watson has put forward, we have to know what's driving some of this with some of our people. We have to know what's an effective way of communicating to them. There's a lot that we can learn, and for $1,500 we get an entire class of about 20 to 30 dedicated students pulling together information on research and surveying and give us an idea of what we're actually dealing with here and what's going to be an effective program for communicating with our people. I think it's, you know, you're looking at a research program that's probably worth in $15,000 to $20,000 range that we're getting for peanuts. It's not, you know, and it's directly focused on the needs of our township. So I don't know how you can get much more effective than that. And it's inexpensive. It's good money. Thank you.
So there's a couple councillors in support. Was there someone else that wanted to speak? I'm sorry, Ken, I was not sure. Councillor McKechnie. Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, like if you honestly thought that I'm not putting down university kids or whoever are going to be coming doing this survey are going to give us a report and this problem is going to go away. Man, I think we'd all be, for $1,500, we could start a real advertising campaign. Look what Dysart did. But to me, this has been a problem that's going on a long time. beer can and a coffee cup. I don't agree with it either. I try not to do it. I sure as heck don't remember the last time I ever did it, but it's terrible that people do it. But to me, I don't think people are the report they're gonna send back and say, yeah, you got so many of these cups, so many these cups, and a year from now, you might have the same amount or a third or a half. And to me, talking about the hours at the dump, that's something I think we should take another look at in these COVID times. A lot more people are up here, so that's how I feel.
Councillor Donaldson?
I'm kind of going along the same line as Deputy Kennedy, and the fact that it's pretty obvious. It says dumping, it doesn't say litter, so I'm going to pick with what he did with dumping at the gates. And going into my landfill site every week, I hear problems all the time, and it's more so the hours and the cost that it's costing to put the garbage in there. I mean, it's pretty straightforward on why people do what they do, because I mean, even dumping a fridge over top, if you're walking anywhere down the back roads, you see fridges and stoves dumped down the banks. And that's only because you're getting charged for them. I can't imagine, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I can't imagine that it's not convenience and money that's causing the issues. So, I mean, for $1,500, I'd prefer that in my park.
One of the things to note in John's report at the near the end there, it talks about the proposed project will incorporate 3 components. So it's talking about motivation and behavior. It also talks about best practices from other rural communities, and then a plan of public education campaign. I tend to think that this would be a good idea. We've worked with ULinks on several projects over the years, some of them more valuable than others. And as Councillor Clark said, you get a whole classroom full of eager young people who are wanting to make a difference and might actually have an idea of how to write a best education program to minimize that, how to help change behavior. What do you put, where do you put your signs? You know, we're spending a lot of time talking about $1,500, so I'm just going to put on the floor. Is there a motion to endorse? Is there someone who wants to move to Councillor Smith? You're moving?
Yeah, I'm going to move that we proceed with this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And is there a seconder? Councillor Clark. So I'll take a vote however you want. Be it resolved, the council endorsed an illegal dumping research project facilitated by ULinks Center for Community-Based Research, and the council approved funding of $1,500 to ULinks Center for Community-Based Research for the facilitation of this research project. All those in favor? 3. And I'm voting in favor. So there's 4. And so the rest are opposed. But that 4 votes carries. So that carries. Okay, let's move on. The next item is about our landfills. Oh, the Waste Wizard app. Nope, sorry, E. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, so the next report is around the integrated waste management strategy. The first phase being the short-term review of municipal waste disposal sites. So we hired consultants JP2G to develop this this report. I've highlighted some of the different initiatives or comments that they have consolidated. So obviously one for all the sites is to review the environmental compliance approvals and basically to harmonize them for future amendments. The other is to enforce a 3-bag limit, which would be in line with neighboring municipality Minden Hills, and to do a $2 fee per additional bag. This is, I think, to make it easier for residents to understand what the limit is in terms of the amount of garbage they can drop off, and to really encourage residents to recycle more when there is a bag limit in place, which is very consistent with best practices around the province. There are some other initiatives for all the other individual landfill sites, including looking at the closure of the landfilling activities at Halliburton, which is underway, at West Guildford as well as that site reaches capacity. And then a review of some of the landfill hours that could potentially be adjusted due to need both in the summer months or the winter months.
Okay, so that's your report. The resolution, just so it was probably included, yeah, it's up at the top. It just says that we are receiving for information the Waste Management Short-Term Review Municipal Waste Disposal Sites Report. So we're just receiving this as information. We're not necessarily at this time making any decisions on that. When would we be looking at all we're doing receiving, John? When would we be bringing forward if we are going to implement a third I guess it's really your fourth bag? Is it three free?
Yeah, so my plan is hopefully for the February committee of the whole to present some of the findings at specific operational changes that could be implemented at the sites. And then obviously committee and council can have a broader discussion around those individual initiatives.
Okay. And as I mentioned earlier, our service delivery review includes some recommendations on waste management in terms of hour reduction, et cetera. And there's also some health and safety things that we need to consider with staff being there over longer hours. So this resolution is just to receive. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, clarification on this 3-bag thing. So is that garbage or does that include recyclables? Like I usually have one bag
That would
of
be
garbage.
The 3-bag limit would be garbage exclusively. So it would not.
So I could take a bag every day, but not, and I wouldn't get charged. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Smith, pardon me.
Yeah, a couple of questions, John, related to details in this report. First off, for the Kinesis site, they're recommending that you add to the scope of the ECA that would allow you to accept certain types of waste that you do not accept at Kinesis today, and I'm including construction waste. And I'm puzzled as to, well, why does it make sense to do that? Frankly, if we can't accept it under the current ECA, I see no reason to expand it.
Part of it is basically to harmonize all of the sites. Just because you would have the ability to accept an item doesn't mean council needs to accept that item at the landfill site. But basically it gives us a bit of options in case for some reason we needed to start accepting construction waste at a different location. We would have that option as opposed to having to go back to the ministry to get permission on a case-by-case basis. So it's just basically harmonizing and giving us options for flexibility as needed.
Okay, is that something that council will get to vote on, or are you just going to go ahead and do that based on us receiving this report? Because I'm not sold yet.
No, all these things would have to come to council for its approval.
Okay.
Yes, as I said, yeah, this is receiving the report.
Okay, I'll debate it further then if you
Sure.
actually bring that forward. The second question related to, this is a short-term study. I wondered if the long-term study, if you expect that to include an assessment of an appropriate number of landfill sites for our community, and is there the potential to have some recommendations that we potentially close some of these sites as other communities, like Algonquin Highlands has reduced the number of sites they have. Could that be part of the long-term study that you're going to be proceeding with next?
Yeah, I think it would be part of the long-term study, and it also coincides with the service delivery review with its recommendations as well. So the long-term review would definitely include some of that information.
Okay, so a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Councillor Smith, Councillor Clark. Be resolved that council receives as information the Waste Management Short-Term Review Municipal Waste Disposal Sites Report, part of the Integrated Waste Management Strategy. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, now is the Waste Wizard.
So a way to increase kind of promotion and education around recycling and waste diversion is through different technologies. So one is the Waste Wizard web application, which could be embedded onto Dysart's website. So residents would be able to search for different items to learn how to recycle or dispose of them properly. This is already in place at the other 3 local municipalities, and it is customized to each of the kind of program requirements for each of those municipalities. At the same time, the other 3 local municipalities will be implementing a mobile app. So residents would be able to download that to their Android or Apple devices for free and be able to use that mobile app to look up items around how to recycle or compost different items that they have in their homes. They are hoping to launch that in the spring of this year, maybe to coincide with Earth Day. So there's definitely kind of a time of the essence type of perspective around the mobile app. The way it works right now is that Algonquin Highlands has the agreement with the service provider called Recollect, and the other municipalities then pay Algonquin Highlands for their portion of the tool. So as you can tell, we're the last of the 4 local municipalities to join this service, but it's a great additional way to get information into the hands of residents and kind of get them using a tool that uses essentially like a Google type scenario where you're used to searching in Google for things. Here you'd be searching on our website or in the mobile app to get your answers. It also becomes a consistent place of information for council and staff to know how we should be sorting items at home and at our landfill site. So it's just very consistent, the source of information around waste and recycling.
Okay, thank you, John. Do we know the success at Algonquin Highlands, or have they been able to sort of measure any of their success, or what's the uptake, how many people downloaded the app, etc.?
Yeah, so right now the mobile app is not launched, so that part is not part of it. However, some of the metrics is just in December 2020, for example, there were just over 2,000 items searched in 1,300 different sessions. So people are looking multiple items up with each session. And obviously with more promotion and education that these tools exist, you'll get more people using it. I can say from professional experience, having used this when I worked for Halton Region, it was really beneficial to educating our residents, and people really found it beneficial to be able to look up anything at a moment's notice and learn where it should be recycled properly.
Okay, questions, comments? Resolution to approve the implementation. Is there someone who would like to so move? Councillor Smith is moving. A seconder? Councillor Clark. Here's all the council approves the implementation of the Waste Wizard web app and mobile app developed by Recollect Systems Incorporated at an annual cost of $1,150 plus HST payable to the Township of Algonquin Highlands. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, and Deputy Mayor Kennedy, it appears this is your thing. So all you need to do is turn your camera off. Okay. And you might want to mute. Okay, so the next is a letter from Silver Beach and regarding garbage collection. And I don't know, staff want to take this and comment?
Yeah, so we received this letter from Silver Beach around garbage disposal at the Haliburton landfill, and this kind of stemmed from our operational change in which we're no longer landfilling at the site and so cannot take garbage over 5 cubic yards. There's essentially 3 different issues in this letter. The first is that any person, any organization dropping off more than 1 cubic yard of garbage needs to pay for that disposal. The second is that we cannot accept garbage from an organization over 5 cubic yards at the Haliburton landfill site. And the third issue is around who hauls garbage and the requirement from the Provincial Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks that it be a licensed hauler as a company that transports garbage from a residential area if it's being collected from multiple homes to a landfill site.
So one of these, in the letter, one of the things they ask is that garbage propose having rear loading bins, but is that not possible, but they don't want them? Is that what I'm reading?
Essentially, they definitely can, garbage can put bins in there if that's what they would like to do. As council is aware, garbage would not be able to dispose of that garbage at the Haliburton landfill, but garbage can take that to a private landfill site elsewhere to dispose of that garbage.
Okay, like that was even in their letter that they proposed it, but they don't like it because they're worried about wildlife and odor. You know, I've been at lots of, even at provincial parks, they have the fairly large ones that are closed. They have like a bear-proof, same as on an individual garbage can, but where you have to squeeze the handle to lift the lid to drop the item, the garbage in, and then you've got your recycling, and that shouldn't, if it's all rinsed and sorted properly, it shouldn't have an odor. So really, I don't know what council's able to do for them. We made a decision. Well, we didn't make a decision. We were forced to close it to being a landfill, and it is now a transfer station. I don't know what really we can do for them. They'll have to come up with a solution unless there's some other councillor that wants to weigh in on this. Councillor Clark?
Through you, Madam Mayor. John, we would probably have a lot of commercial users and that in the community as well who would have that. Any idea what they're doing? Are they?
Yeah, so in terms of commercial businesses with garbage, there aren't that many that had traditionally been dropping off more than 5 cubic yards of garbage at the Halburn landfill. It's less than 10 that have been doing it, and most of them are actually had considerably larger amounts than that and have already made alternate arrangements to drop that garbage off at West Guildford landfill until May, when that site closes to commercial garbage at council's direction. It hasn't impacted the vast majority of commercial businesses because they don't produce that much garbage per week. This is kind of a unique situation where the corporation of Silver Beach has been collecting garbage from the individual households. An individual household can drop off garbage at the Halburn landfill using their landfill card. And if they're within currently the 1 cubic yard limit, there's no fee or anything. So I can't really speak to why they've been dropping off garbage previous without a fee, or now that they have potentially over that 5 or up to 5 cubic yards or over 5 cubic yards of garbage. That's really where this kind of came out of the woodworks, that they've been doing this.
John, groups like, what do we got, Park Place and the new garden suites, that kind of thing, are they working through garbage as well? Are you aware, or they got, are they got their own vendors that they, and the other thing, sounds like it's going to be an issue as of for West Guildford. Once that date's hit, then all of a sudden we got another problem.
Yeah, if they could be using garbage, they could be using another private waste disposal company. I'm just thinking of our pre-approved, our contractors with pre-approved credit at the landfill sites, and neither of those buildings to the landfill sites specifically to drop off their items.
So the thing is, they've had in a gated community, so to speak, they've had the luxury of having, like you do in the city in a more urban environment, they've had curbside pickup, and now they don't. So they have an option, which is to put bins there that somebody can come and pick up, or individually go to the landfill. One of their comments was, it is a carbon footprint. It is more cars going in and out of the landfill, but it's what almost everybody else has to do in the community. So I'm not sure that we're able to do anything for them at this point. Councillor McKechnie?
No, just like, how long is that, it's just been going on? 15, 20 years? Like the Silver Beach? Is that like garbage being picked up? How long do you think? I don't know.
No, Silver Beach didn't even come to be, was when I was first on council, 2006. He was just in the implementation. I think houses would have started to be built in maybe 2007 or 8.
So, like Councillor Clark asked about the other, the gardens and Park Lane, and what about, like, how are we going to accommodate this? Or like, there's like, for these people, you're going to have like roughly 60 cars going in and out of the landfill site, right? Roughly a week, more. I guess that doesn't matter. 60 individual versus somehow, I just can't understand why we can't come up with some type of a compromise to make this work for which has been working for a while.
So partially it's the quantity of garbage that they would produce as a corporation, because at that point it stops becoming individual homes, it becomes the corporation's garbage, and they have over the 5 cubic yards of garbage at that point. The other component is around who hauls the garbage. The corporation would be required by the province to use a licensed waste hauler who has environmental compliance approval to haul garbage, and they have not currently been doing that. So they are at the whims of the Ministry of Environment to monitor that. So they could still maintain their curbside collection within their community, but they have to ensure that they're using a licensed hauler from the ministry's definition of what a licensed hauler is.
Okay, so basically the resolution, oh, Councillor Smith, sorry, yep, one last.
Well, you know, I think the sentiment of at least a couple of the councils here is, you know, maybe there's a need to find a way to work with this, you know, organization, corporation, whatever they call themselves. I understand there are certain rules, but instead of just receiving this, is there an opportunity to kind of go back to them and say, look, here are, you know, 2 or 3 different approaches you could pursue that will allow you to meet the various provincial rules and work with us, because it doesn't, to me, it doesn't make much sense if we could eliminate 50 or 60 vehicles from showing up at the landfill site, you know, week to week. That's it seems like a waste, if you like, to have that much increased traffic at a place that's already pretty busy. There's a different way of doing it. We just maybe need to be a little more creative in terms of not getting tied up in our own rules. Maybe we, you know, because there will be more of these types of things in the years to come. And I'm a big believer that commercial enterprises need to pay their way, because as you know, as Mallory and others since have always pointed out, it's the residential population that is footing the bill, 95% of the bill for our landfill sites. And so, you know, we shouldn't ask to subsidize the businesses who create all the garbage, their own garbage. They got to deal with it. But at Silver Beach here, we've got 50 or 60 residents, individual residents who each pay their own taxes. And they have found a way that's a little more efficient for them to have that garbage dealt with. Unfortunately, now it's no longer meeting the rules. Well, what is the alternative other than just, no, you're going to have to now each make the trip to the dump each week? It just doesn't seem like the right answer, I guess, is where I'm coming from. I'd like to see us, you know, receive this thing today, but maybe John, maybe you come back to the next council meeting and say, here's 2 or 3 options that, you know, with the pros and cons, and, you know, it'll apply here, but it'll also apply to several other developments.
I want to hear from John, but I think that it doesn't need to come back to council. John can communicate in a letter what their options are, which is having a licensed hauler. Like, they do have options. It's not for us to find them. But John can still identify that in a response letter. Is that fair, John? Or?
Yes, I mean, they do have options currently available to them. They can arrange for private curbside collection. That is an option for them. They can arrange for kind of communal bins. That is an option for them. So those are, they can explore those for sure.
Okay, so the excuse me, the resolution is to receive the correspondence, and John, you will communicate back to them this resolution and also outline what options that they could take. Okay. All right, so I need a mover and a seconder to receive. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Rick Perkins, president of Silver Beach, regarding their concerns about garbage collection. All in favor? That's carried. And we can bring Deputy Mayor Kennedy back in if he's able to join the meeting. It looks like I'm just keeping an eye on the time. We still have a fair bit on our agenda. Although I think the some of the next few items will move a little bit faster, but we will then end up having to take a lunch break. We'll try to keep it short and sweet, but I have Alyssa here who is and Andrea Mueller will bring in, and they want to do a demo on the Dysart website. So I think we're going to do a share screen. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. So we'll get through a few more things, and at 12:30-ish, we'll take a break for as maybe short as possible. If we're able to do a 20-minute break, just to grab a quick bite. One thing that was recommended to me is when we do recess or break, one really easy way is to just for everybody to turn your video off and your mute off. And then the administrator doesn't have to shut everything down. And so just when we take our next break, we're just going to take put our camera on stop video and make sure our microphones are on mute. Okay, so take it away, Andrea and Alyssa.
All right, so we were asked to give a demonstration of our new website. So to do that, I'm going to start off with sharing my screen, and I'll go through a few sections, and then Alyssa will go through and highlight something as well. So we just want to show the different functionalities within the site, and it's a brief general overview, and then we'll take some questions at the end if there's questions about it. So just bear with me while I share my screen. Okay, so this is our website here, the home page. And as you can see, there's alerts that pop up. We don't have to have alerts. We do currently right now announcing about provincial shutdown and the fact that it's a new website. Once you've come onto the website and you click them off, you won't see them again until the following day. Or if you shut down your computer and reboot, then you'll see the alerts again. So that's something that's there. The general functionalities are the 4 pillars across the top. You can search for items. We have the quick links where you can see the icons here down along the bottom below the main banner. Then we have items of highlight that we can change. So these here will link you to a page which is really a news page or another internal page within the website. And then at the bottom we have the news and notices, and then the event calendar. So those are all the features. Oh, sorry. And then you can search by A to Z services as well. So those are the main features there. So right now we're going to highlight a couple other things. So if you were to look at, for instance, Explore and Play, and you clicked on recreation programs and activities, there's a list of the programs that are available. We also have on every page, there's the, you can find more things within that pillar to click on and move to. So if somebody was interested, for instance, in public skating, they could click on public skating, they could click the pre-registration, and they'd be taken to a page where right now there's not a whole lot showing because we're under lockdown, but it will show the upcoming dates if we're able to open. And it just says more info at the moment because they can't actually register for the time being. So there's many features like the accordions. They can shrink down the content. They can just click on whatever it is that's of interest to them. If somebody's ever not certain, they can click on the homepage banner and it will bring them right back to the homepage to start back at square one. An interesting, a good feature with our new website is we have this bids and tenders page. So on here, you can see the purchasing policy is listed, but also the procurement opportunities. So if somebody were to click on bids and tenders, right now there's nothing on there, but shortly there will be. So you can see it talks about the bids and tenders opportunities. And then it would show if there were any current bids down here, it would show what's available. So somebody to take part in this, they would have to create an account. The price per bid is $53.95, or they can have an annual membership, which is $108.25. And that would allow them to apply for multiple bids. So if somebody's just looking to apply for one bid or tender, then they probably just want to pay the one-time price. But if they wanted to apply for multiples, they could. And then this will send any updates. If we have to make addendums to the bids or the tenders, they would be logged in through this system, and whoever has already taken out information about that particular bid or tender would automatically get the update, and it would save staff from having to go and look through the list to see who had contacted the front office, who had picked up a package. So it's just a more succinct process and a smooth transition into the bids and tenders. And all the verbiage and everything is more uniform across the board than maybe what it was in the past. And then I'll take you to, sorry, I'm just looking to see what other ones. Oh, municipal government. So if somebody has a concern or a compliment or there's different features. We have the parks concerns, roads concerns, if they need a landfill user identification card, and general feedback. So each of these pillars here will take them to a different form. So for instance, if you had a road problem, you'd be taken to this screen here. Oh, sorry, I don't know why that one, oh, there it is. It's just slow to load. So if they had a problem with a road, they could collect what the problem is. Or if it's something to do with the roads department, describe the details of the problem. If there's a picture to attach, they can do that. The contact information is there, so then that way the correct staff member can get back in touch with them. So it's a very smooth process. And so this is here. We have the report of concern at the top of the page. And if I believe even if you were to end up under contact us, you'd find the link to that. And then I'm going to hand it over to Alyssa to talk about the volunteer firefighter form from living in our community. So I'll let her share her screen.
Oh, Andrea, if you can just pull it up there.
Okay. All right.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so if you scroll down, there's a link that takes you to the application form. Oh, sorry, you have to go. Maybe I should have shared mine. Go to the top, Andrea. And then on the left-hand side, there's the volunteer fire department page. There we go. And then there's the link to the application form. So this is an example of one of our online forms. This is a form I created for the fire department. It is easily accessible to the public and it is pretty easy to navigate. You simply open the form, fill out the sections on each page. This specific form has multiple pages, so you have to continue through all of the pages until they are completed. And on this form, there's a space at the end where you have to sign electronically, and then you're able to submit it. The application is then directly emailed to the fire chief for consideration. Of course, paper copies are still available for those who would rather submit an application that way. Some of the other forms we have online are the business license application form, daily burn permit form, file search application form, and many others.
So I'm going to stop sharing my screen maybe, and then if there's questions about the website, we can answer.
Oh, I was going to say keep your screen up because
Okay.
you keep your screen up for the rest of council if that's okay.
Yep.
Because it might have you navigate and do something else.
Okay.
Your screen back up, and then I'm going to make my box bigger so I can see all hands. If there's any questions, comments. Okay, so I see Tamara wants to weigh in.
I was just going to say this has been a really collaborative project by all of staff. There's been several key people like Andrea and Alyssa and Barbara and John Watson who've been sort of in the middle of it. But every department's had their hands in building their own pages and their own forms. And one of the key features of this is Alyssa mentioned the online signature, but there's also the ability for online payment. So I think one of the forms that's ready for that one is the burn permit. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Alyssa. So people can now sign the forms online. They can pay online, basically do everything so they don't have to come into the office if they don't want to or they don't live locally. So it's not just a COVID problem. It'll help with all their seasonal residents as well. So the e-commerce, we're still within different departments, still working on rolling out the different forms as we go. There's still some forms on this site that are still in PDF format, but over time we're going to work at converting as much as we can to a full online functionality.
Okay, so I see some questions. One thing I wondered if, Andrew, while you're sharing your screen, if you could go to the council page and, you know, one thing with COVID is it forced us to do our meetings online. And so we have archived, there we are, that seems so long ago, and we've archived our meetings. So they are there since we have been recording them, and you can go back and see any ones in particular if you want to watch that. And I think that's just a little bit farther on down the screen where it says our YouTube page is at the bottom. So obviously for those watching today, they see the link that's on the agenda, but all the meetings are also there. So that's of interest. Anyway, I saw Deputy Mayor, you had Kennedy, you had a question, comment?
Yes, I did. Thank you. On the contact or the issue or complaint page, is there a tracking mechanism so that people who submit that actually get replied to in a timely fashion?
I believe right now that those are still coming into the info address, which they aren't overwhelming at this point. At this point, I'm still getting those emails and there's nothing that's not being handled through them. But if it comes to a point that we get a lot more traffic through this site, then I would see some value to looking at a more robust tracking system.
Yeah,
for sure.
The one that rang a bell was potholes.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll be looking at how much, like, as we say, whether it ends up that people actually drive their complaints through the site. And it's a tool for all of you as council too. If you get a complaint, to maybe keep that link handy and email it to people and say, here's where you come fill it in. You can add your pictures, you can add your details. That way it will give us more of a tracking of it, because we'll have record then of those complaints to be able to follow up internally on them.
Mm-hmm. Well, great job. It's I've been on it. It's clean and easy to understand. It's very slick. So hopefully, if you know, and we can adapt and change it if we need be. Councillor Donaldson.
I'm just quickly looking at it, but it says explore and play. Is there a listing of everything that's available in Dysart?
So that's under community groups and service clubs. And then the other thing that I've been working on is, this was a suggestion that came about, was to have seasonal activities. So they're not published yet, but I have winter activities, summer, spring, fall, and listing all the different types of activities by category. And so if there's a business that aligns with that type of activity, it's going to be listed as well. So that's I've got it in the behind the scenes, but the public can't see it yet. But here there's the different business associations and organizations, service clubs, recreation groups and organizations, arts and culture, and community resources. So the links are there. If something's missing, they can email myself or Alyssa to be added in. We've tried to incorporate everything, and that goes for the same when the seasonal activities are up. I actually have a disclaimer at the bottom of the page saying, if you notice something that's missing or if it's changed, please let us know, because as you know, things do change quite frequently and we're not always aware of those changes.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Can you speak to the calendar, the community calendar, Andrea?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good one. So if you go on to, if you click on any of the calendar links, I'll go to the home page. And if you were to click on, if you look down here at the calendar, when you go to the view full calendar, sorry, just give it a second here. You can choose, you can see, sorry, mine's hidden a little bit by my screen, but you can see subscribe. So you can subscribe to a specific type of calendar. So you can choose, there's council, there's different types of community events. So you'll get notices or updates when those are changed or added. You can also submit an event. So somebody from the outside, if they have a community event taking place and they'd like it to be live on our calendar. In the past, they had to email somebody, one of the staff members, and ask us to upload it onto the calendar for them. Whereas now they can enter in all the event details, and if it's appropriate, we can approve it, and then it will live on the calendar for us. So if I just scroll down a bit more, you'll see right now there's not a whole lot on here because of just the nature of things right now. But you can also view by category. So there's community events, there's the council calendar. And then there's even, you can drill it down to say, I'm only interested in the municipal notices, or I'm only interested in what's happening at Head Lake Park. So you can take those and create the calendar to view that's appropriate for what you're looking for. And anybody who has an event to submit, if it falls within any of these categories, they're welcome to submit it for us to approve to put on our calendar.
Okay, that's great. Seeing as it's our next item, why don't we look at the, I want to enter the snow sculpture contest. I made a snowman on my front yard. Let's do that now.
And before we do that, can I just say, if anyone has really good high resolution pictures that are in landscape mode, you can see we've got our banner images, but it would be nice to have the banner images current with the season. So if you have pictures, we've been trying to collect them, but if you have pictures from around the municipality that you think are suitable for our website, please share them with us and we can keep them on our public drive. So then we can continually change it and keep it up current and up to date.
Great point. There might be people, members of the public that don't mind submitting a picture they took as well.
Yeah. So if you were to go into the snow sculpture contest, we do have a snow sculpture contest running. You know, what do you do now? We're in shutdown. There aren't any events taking place. So there is the snow sculpture contest and you can submit, you can go online to register, you can email us, you can register by phone. And we have had some people register and we have I don't know if the page is live yet. Alyssa, is the contest page? Yes, it is. Sorry. I'm answering. Yeah, contest submission. So if you go to contest submissions, as they come in, I think there's one still to be added, but as they come in, the submissions will live on this page. Further down the road, when we get to voting, the voting will take place the week of February 16th. Then people can come on here and take a look at the pictures and vote for their favorite one. And Alyssa set it up so that you can only have one vote per email address. So that way somebody in a household can't vote 100 times for their own sculpture. They only get one vote. And then there's prizing first, second, and third place. And the prizes are for gift cards to a local Dysart business. So these are a couple of the ones that we've received. We have received some more. They're just not on here quite yet. But we're asking everybody to put a name with their sculpture and then submit the photo. And as long as they're a resident of Dysart, then, or as long as they have an address in Dysart at all, they can participate. So.
Well, the two that are up there look fabulous. So that's great. And I'm sure as the conditions come and more people hear about it, they'll participate. It's something fun to do in the wintertime. And we're missing our annual Frostfest event. So that'll be something that people can do at home safely.
And this is something we're hoping that maybe can become, when Frost Festival does come back, that this can just become an annual part of the lead into Frost Festival, that people around the community get involved. I've already spoke with some other municipal staff we're talking about trying to make this become a county-wide initiative so that, you know, anywhere you drive in the county, you might see some cool sculptures popping up, and maybe there's a prize for each municipality that the county tourism helps to promote. We'll see, but it's something to look at and to move forward with. And hopefully we get some more snow so people can create some more sculptures, because these came in when we had the really good snowfall and good packing snow. So we're hopeful.
Yeah, we have lots of snow. We just needs to be the right temperature to pack. So any questions on either the contest or the website, or if we see things that we, you know, as we navigate it a little bit better. I do like Deputy Mayor Kennedy's comments in terms of tracking those. We really do need to find a mechanism to track, I would call complaints, comments, etc., to make sure that they go to the right department. That's really something that we've been striving for a long time for customer service. So anything else? No? Well, thank you, Andrea and Alyssa. It's been excellent. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the snow sculpture contest report. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be it resolved that council receives a snow sculpture contest report for information purposes. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so that concludes up to Parks and Rec, and it's 12:35. So I'm going to propose a 20-minute break. Does that suit council? Carl, I'm not sure if he's in the building or working from home. But I looked at the agenda and I think that might take us at least another, I don't know, 15 minutes. It's good. Wish I could ask Carl if he wants to go now or.
We could put him in and you could ask him.
That's what we're gonna do, and then, because it might only take 10 minutes and then we're there, and then he can go off because he might have inspections in the afternoon, and I don't want to hold staff up. Hi,
I
Carl.
think building can wait if you want to hold off.
Okay, so show of hands, who needs a lunch break, or who would, lunch break? Okay, so we'll take a 25-minute break until 1 o'clock. And we'll come back. Thank you, Carl, for that. So at this point in time, just mute your microphone and stop your video, and we will recess. We convene at 1 o'clock. Okay, and we are back from our lunch recess. I hope that was enough time for everyone to get a quick bite, just trying to keep the meeting on track today. And so we have brought in Carl to do the building and bylaw department. So the first up is the 2020 building permit report.
So this report is basically a summary of the 2020 building activity. So again, it was a very, it was a busy year considering the COVID restrictions on building that we had for just over a month in 2020. I summarized the number of new dwelling units that we typically have. That came up at one of the council meetings where it wasn't clear how many new dwellings we had. So I've included that as a summary in comparison with the other previous years. What you'll notice anytime we don't have a major development, so like a multi-dwelling unit project, we typically have about almost twice as many seasonal dwellings built as primary dwelling units. I thought that was an interesting factor in this. Otherwise, we had a couple of record-setting months for building permit issuance in 2020. And staff also undertook the remaining septic re-inspections in area number 1 to finish those off in 2020. So we definitely had a busy enough year for 2020.
You sure did, and I really appreciate, I'm sure the rest of council does, going those last 3 years plus the 2020 year, showing the seasonal dwelling units primary, and also including those little blips, which, you know, you have to use your memory to remember, oh, right, that's when Gardens would have put in their building permit. So there is a little spike, but overall, 2020 was a fantastic year considering it's a pandemic and it makes it harder to work, and we're under restrictions for some time there where we couldn't actually issue permits. I don't have a crystal ball for COVID, but I sure would bet that the building permits for 2021 are going to be right up there. People are investing in our community. They're either wanting to renovate what they have or build. Like I said earlier, when we had a delegation earlier this morning about land, goes on the market for about 24 hours and it's sold. So congratulations to you and your staff for keeping up. It was asked by a councillor, a Deputy Mayor Kennedy, I think you asked it, at any one time, how many of those, so how many total permits we had at the total year, 508, like how many do we have open at any one time?
That's a good question. I don't know offhand. I know that there's a lot open. Every year we send letters to the at least 2 years previous, the people that still have open permits. So everybody will get at least 2 letters indicating that your permit is still open. These are the outstanding inspections, and give them notice that way. If they don't close them, we don't go after them. That's basically what we've done in the past.
Okay. And is there any restriction happening in your department due to COVID right now?
Most of our staff are actually working from home right now. So we have Bree, who's a new building inspector. She's taking a course right now. So she's doing that through Zoom and taking that at home. And our septic inspector is cleaning up septic files from home as well. Our permit clerk and our bylaw officer are both working in the office here. And I'm kind of mixed, working from here and at home.
And but under the government restrictions, I think it was you can't do if a permit hadn't been already taken out for foundation. Now, no one does a foundation in Haliburton in January or February, but I think that's the only restriction. People are still allowed to continue to build if they had an open permit.
Correct. Yeah. If people had an open permit and had construction started prior to January 12th, then they're able to proceed. In Dysart, we are continuing issuing permits during the restriction. There's nothing in the Building Code Act that actually provides us the authority to not issue permits during the restricted construction activity. So we're continuing issuing permits, letting the builders take the responsibility of not starting if it's not considered essential construction.
Okay, any questions on the building permit report? I say great job, staff. Dysart continues to, like, what is it, $58 million worth of permits. It's huge. Mover, seconder, please. Councilor Clark, Councilor McKechnie. Be resolved that council received the 2020 building permit report as information. All in favor? And that's carried. And next we have the septic reinspection report for information.
Yeah, so this just summarizes what we've done with the septic re-inspections to date, starting in 2018 and following through to the end of 2020. So through that, we've broken down what the major issues were that were determined through the inspections. The highest issue definitely is the daily design flow. Again, number of bedrooms, people adding bedrooms, bunkies without having their septics upgraded to match. That's definitely the biggest concern that we've come across so far. So area number one is essentially now complete with the exception of 4 properties. So we're going to be following up on those. We've done inspections, but we haven't been able to pop lids because homeowners haven't been cooperative.
Okay, any questions on this report? Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Carl, for the report. It's great to see the near closure of Area 1. One of the things that certainly many of the people commenting on the shoreline bylaw have commented that Dysart hadn't followed through. So now we're able to report that actually from an Area 1 point of view, all but 4 property owners have completed the required inspection, and those 4 you'll use the full authority of the law to ensure that those get completed. Your last comment there about people not being there, not able to pop the lids, is that just for the 4, or is that for some others of the 112 that?
That's just for the 4.
Okay.
So we've attended those properties, but like we've sent people notices indicating that we're going to be there this day for the inspection. We show up, nobody's there. So we take a look around and see if there's any obvious issues. But again, they haven't completed their inspection requirements, and so they're still not in compliance with the bylaw. So with that, we're not sure what stance we're going to take right now. Like there's a lot of things like charges being thrown out of court, very serious charges being thrown out of court. And so I don't know if we're going to be in a rush to throw these, to throw charges at these ones. Because of the COVID pandemic, it's causing a strain on the court system. And, we keep hearing about charges like drug charges and all the like very serious charges that, unfortunately are being dismissed through the court system.
And a couple other questions, so I might continue.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
Do you know which portion of the systems that required, repairs, but particularly the major repairs or replacement, what portion of those have been completed now versus those that would still be outstanding?
We still have a few outstanding. So we have issued a amendment to some of the orders that we did issue. And all of them have now indicated that they will have them done by the end of, it's either end of May or June. I can't remember exactly, but so we've amended orders to have them completed by that date. They've talked to their septic installers. The septic installers are all on board to get all those corrected. So we're on track to having them all corrected, the issues corrected.
Okay, so they'd be kind of by the 1st of July or whatever. Other question that I think would really help, the lake associations, and it's going to become probably even more important as we move into other areas, is providing a breakdown by lake. So, there's measurements of water quality, that are available for each of the lakes in Haliburton County, obviously in Dysart. And here in Area 1, we had 2 lakes, Little Kinesis and Kinesis Lake. As I say, we go to Area 2, there's many, there's several lakes. And if a lake association was to give you, the names of roads, for example, to say, look, can you tell us what the failure details were on this set of roads as opposed to this road, so they can then compare it to one lake versus another? Because on the Kinesis Lake, for example, later in our agenda today, there was a blue-green algae bloom reported on Little Kinesis. The Ministry of Environment measurements for Little Kinesis show water level concerns that are more serious there in terms of phosphorus levels, for example. And so if the Lake Association was able to merge into that data regarding water quality, some of the information on septic performance. So for example, how many, what was the rate of failure on Little Kinesis as opposed to the Big Lake? How quickly have those been addressed? And, and the impact going forward. And as I said, in Area 2, as you start next year, you're going to get, it's not only Little Redstone and Big Redstone, but you're going to get smaller lakes like Bitter Lake, Burdock, and so forth, that Pullman Lake, that folks want to know, okay, well, how did we do there? And we'll be able to link that data. One of the things, again, so many of the people sending in letters regarding the shoreline bylaw, they're looking for real data. Well, we have the ability here to get some real data. But right now it's only in the building department. And so the ability to share that with the lake associations without divulging any privacy, because, each of these lakes has got, dozens or even hundreds of cottages on them. So nobody's private information is divulged. But, would you be able to support that again if a lake association came to you and said, here's the names of the roads that are on this lake versus that lake?
So, I mean, it's all possible to do. It's just the timing to do it. Again, if we're bombarded by those requests, we may not be able to fulfill them. But if there's a few requests, then we'd probably be able to do that for sure. Okay.
Well, I think that would be helpful and as I said, consistent with the the measurements that lake associations and cottagers are interested in, because we're, again, with the shoreline bylaw, people are asking for data. Well, how do I know the water quality is a concern? How do I know when we take these actions that after the fact it's made a difference? And so we've got that ability here, and I'd hope if, a lake association submits the request, that we'll find a way to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, as Carl pointed out, it is a matter of staff resources, time, et cetera. So we'll have to, consider that as a council if that's something we want to go forward and use our staff resources for. It's so hard, Councillor Smith, because as we know, there's never ever any one factor. It's a multitude of factors that are creating lake health, and we could have a summer with 20 days of 30-degree plus weather that factor in. We just have to know that we've come a long way with all the municipalities across the county having a septic inspection program to ensure that that is one way. I don't know that we'll be able to actually measure it, but we do know that it is a way to help support the lake health as well. I did see Councillor McKechnie's hand, I believe. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Carl, in parts of my ward, people have taken it upon themselves to go in groups of 8, 10, 12 people and get a pumper and an inspector. Do you feel this is a good idea for people to be doing this on their own and getting their systems checked?
On their own, I don't know. It very well could be. Like if people are concerned about their septic, then they should definitely have it inspected. I can't say for sure if it's a good idea or not for people to get together and do them.
Yeah.
So sorry, I can't answer your question, Walt.
I'm sorry?
I can't answer your question without throwing my own opinions in there.
Yeah. Anybody that is paying attention to their septic health is important. And we also know that you don't want to pump it out too often. Like it's supposed to do its thing in the tank. And so there's a sort of appropriate amount, but I think for the sake of time, we'll move on. And I do have a resolution to receive this report. Councillor Smith, anything new?
Well, one other point that, Walt's comment raises, Carl, when you were bringing in the RFP response, one of the things that you took away was a commitment to confirm that people could continue to engage qualified private contractors to do inspections, and that would meet the requirements of our bylaw. And you were going to report back to council on that. Have you got an answer to that yet?
Yeah, I wasn't going to report back to council, but yeah, that's been reviewed, and WSP has agreed to review those third-party reports. There will be a fee associated with that, which is all being worked into the new bylaw that we're currently creating for that for the revised septic reinspection program.
So when would we see that new bylaw, that proposed bylaw?
I'm hoping to have it ready for next committee, actually.
Okay, thank you.
And I actually asked Carl that question another time. So that had been on my mind, Councillor Smith, and so that was answered. Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, in Councillor Smith's comments, and it's kind of isn't part of this agenda package, but he's talking about the shoreline there. Something that's really surfacing, I know in my ward, is the concerns, and he's asking about whether they could find out about these roads, whether this road here, how many people were on it, and on and on. There's so many people that aren't members of lake associations, and they're the ones who, here's another incident where they're not being contacted or being informed like they should be. Whether it's with our septic inspection programs, because if you're just dealing with the associations, like so, giving them the reports, there's a lot of people I know on Eagle and Moose Lake don't belong to our Eagle Lake Moose Association. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We do have a motion to receive the report, and as Carl mentioned, then the bylaw will be coming back at our committee of the whole in February, so we can look at that. So I need a mover seconder if I could. Councillor Clark, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved that council receive the 2020 septic reinspection report as information. All those in favor? And that carries. And I see we've got Rob in the room. So Rob's going to speak to his bylaw report.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. As you can see in my report there, I have the report for the November bylaw update, as mine was deferred last month when we were running out of time there in council. Just brief over the major parts in there. The gates did at the medical center in November go down for about a week due to some overload on the sensors. So those have all been fixed. As you can see, it's now up and running now. I haven't had too many issues since then with people with it not processing any payments or anything. I've noticed that it's quite the reduction in user people having trouble using the machine. It's definitely dropped quite considerably as people are now getting used to the system and being able to pay for them inside and outside, and they're getting used to that system there. I know it was asked in November to have a look at the off-road bylaw for ATVs and side-by-sides and recreational vehicles. I note that a couple of the municipalities within the county have changed their bylaw to adapt to the county bylaw. However, I read over the descriptions in the under the Highway Traffic Act and the Provincial Offences Act there, and discussed it with Carl and found that everything that we've got in our off-roads bylaw does conform to what is under the Highway Traffic Act. So in that case, didn't need to update that bylaw accordingly to descriptions in that, and found that all they're doing is they separately put in the description for each specific vehicle, like an ATV or a recreational vehicle or a side-by-side to the other municipalities. So ours will not be updated at this time unless council prefers that we do that. The rest of it is pretty straightforward on there. We didn't get any EMCPA enforcement complaints that month. And again, with that, we are asking all the public to primary contact of the Ontario Provincial Police, and if the police require our assistance, then the bylaw department will be more than happy to assist with those calls. Any questions I can take on that report?
Well, let's see what Carl has to say first, and then we'll take questions from councilors.
Sorry, Rob, I just want to clarify on the off-road vehicle bylaw. So what our bylaw, our current off-road vehicle bylaw, it just defers the definition to under what's required under the Highway Traffic Act. The other municipalities, they actually took word for word under the Highway Traffic Act and put that in their bylaw as a definition. So when the Highway Traffic Act changed their definition to include Argos and dirt bikes, they have to now go back and update their bylaws to accommodate that. Our bylaw still just defers to the Highway Traffic Act definition, so we don't have to go back and change ours. The only things that we're allowed to regulate under the off-road vehicles are the streets that they're not permitted to drive on, which is currently Highland Street, and we're able to regulate the times of day they're allowed to drive on our streets, and the speed limits, so we can produce lower speed limits than currently in the Highway Traffic Act for off-road vehicles. So unless council wants to review any of those provisions, then that's why we're not bringing the off-road vehicle bylaw to council at this time.
Thanks for that. That makes sense, and it's a good example of why to put in when you're working in your definitions. That was a great thing to do at the time, is just to defer back to a different level of government. So that's good. Sorry we bumped you in December, but that was a busy day. Any questions for Robert on the bylaw report? John, Councillor Smith?
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question, Rob. You, when you break out your types of complaints and so forth, you have one there called zoning. So does if someone files a complaint with respect to a building being constructed too close to the shoreline, Is that dealt with there?
Yes, it would fall under a zoning bylaw complaint.
Thank you.
Okay, good. The only other thing that I'm thinking about is the Property and Sign Committee hasn't met for a little bit. We tend to meet as needed, as required. But one of the things, Robert, that we were going to be working on is a review of the sign bylaw. So that's something that we can be looking at, making sure it's up to date and current.
I have my December bylaw report here as well. There was the 2 reports because one was deferred.
Yes.
So for the bylaw report, it's simple, straightforward. A little more quiet on the complaint side last month with the lockdown starting. As the EOC had mentioned in their meeting last month, parking meters on the streets in Dysart here are now closed until the end of March into the beginning of April. The gate revenue was $2,088 on there. 2 zoning complaints were received. One has been resolved and 2 have gone to minor variances. One encroachment complaint was received. Signing and licensing 2 permits were issued under signage, and there was an inquiry under the lockdown for dog groomers, and that was also settled that they do have to remain closed as per interpretation of the Reopening Act and the lockdown, having them stay closed for the lockdown until such time the provinces decided to open that back up. Is there any questions on December's report?
Okay, thank you, Robert. Seeing none, I'll ask for mover and a seconder to receive the November and December 2020 reports. Councillor McKechnie. Anyone second? Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the November and December 2020 bylaw updates. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, both of you. Appreciated. And Barbara's been on the call, so we will go to Barbara next and go through our finance section.
Good afternoon. So we'll start with our 2 bylaws here. These are typical bylaws that we put forth every year. The first bylaw is bylaw 2021-02, and that's a bylaw for an interim tax levy and to provide for interest and penalty to be applied on taxes. The interim tax payments, we've got 2 dates here. The first installment's due March 17th and the second installment is April 14th. And as we speak, we anticipate the bills to arrive from the printer today, so they will be circulating within the next couple of weeks. And this bylaw will come into effect January 1 of 2021.
Okay. Any questions? We do this every year. Interim until we pass the next bylaw, and then that goes forward. Mover seconder then. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be resolved that bylaw 2021-02, being a bylaw to provide for an interim tax levy and to provide for interest and penalty to be applied on taxes, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay. So the next bylaw is bylaw 2021-03, and this is a bylaw to authorize borrowing from time to time to meet the current expenditures during the fiscal year and ending December 31st of 2021. So typically this bylaw here allows the municipality to borrow up to 50% of its revenues between January and September, October to December, that would be 25% of the revenues that we could borrow. We're very fortunate that the municipality is in a healthy cash position where we have not had to borrow. This bylaw here will come into effect January 1 of 2021.
Okay. Also a standard thing we do every year, but we do it just in case, and then we don't need it because we have good finance department. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Smith, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be resolved that bylaw 2021-03 being a bylaw to authorize borrowing from time to time to meet current expenditures during the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? And that's carried. Great. Okay. Next.
So the next report is our metered sewage readings, and the final result, we've been hearing throughout the year that our revenues are behind based on the previous year, and we're looking at a 16% reduction in revenue for our metered sewer in 2020.
Okay, we sort of knew this was coming. So it's just to acknowledge the receipt of the December 2020 meter sewage reading report. Mover, seconder. Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the December 2020 metered sewage readings report. All in favor? That carries.
So the next report is Section 357 tax adjustments, and we do have 2 adjustments for demolitions. The total write-off for the municipal portion is $275.70.
Okay, mover, seconder, unless there's a question. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that Council authorizes tax adjustments for the applications made under Section 357 Municipal Act 2001 as amended as follows, and the amounts are there in the resolution. All in favor? And that's carried. And check summary. We must have written a check to the education in the county or something.
Yes, we actually had a few large payments in December. With COVID, we did have the opportunity to defer some of our payments, notably our payments for the OPP policing services, and also with the Board of Education, the Trillium Board of Education. So in December, we actually had made a 2 installment payment to the Board of Education. We caught up on 4 months worth of payments to the OPP. And we also had roughly about $500,000 in payments to contractors for roads construction. And that there rounds out to the $6.5 million that we see in electronic funds transfers.
That one caught my eye. That's not a normal monthly check summary. I figured we were doing that. So questions, comments, mover? Anyone? Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith? If I'm missing seeing you, please be sure. I do have my screen on. I see some people are, maybe they're getting tired. Get your hand up. Be resolved that Council acknowledges the receipt of 2020-12 check summary. All in favor? And that's carried. Just a curiosity in the finance department, obviously we work really, really hard to close off our year, and here we are coming to the end of the month, and we want to make sure that all our, anybody that we owe money to has submitted their invoices to us. And so hopefully that we don't get any surprises. I would say are we fairly caught up in that department?
Yes, actually. So we've been working with some of our vendors to get final invoices in, and we're in pretty good shape. Actually, our cutoff was last Friday to start moving forward with the reconciliations for year end and the adjustment piece. And I'll be bringing forth a report for recommendation of any transfers that we can capitalize from 2020, moving them into 2021 at the next committee of the whole meeting.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that. So we have a couple more things. One is the lease agreement renewal for Life Labs in the Family Medical Center building.
Yes, so the renewal's coming up. The current lease ends on June 30th of 2021. Life Labs has been a long time tenant at the medical center. Typical renewal period is for 5 years. They are looking to exercise the renewal option in the current lease agreement for another 5 years. Also looking to keep the cost per square footage the same as the last 2 renewal periods.
Councillor Smith, I can anticipate your question, but you take it away.
Well, I actually had less of a question and more of a comment. The report indicates that the lease in 2006 was at $16 a square foot. It went down in 2011 to $15 a square foot, and has stayed at $15 a square foot since 2011. And this tenant has asked that we not raise it because they don't get big increases in terms of the funding they receive from the province for the test results. Well, I didn't actually know a lot about Life Labs, but I did a little checking. And this is an organization that's actually owned by OMERS, the Ontario Municipal Employees Retirement Fund. And Dun & Bradstreet tells us that their annual revenues exceed $1 billion per year. They have several executives that earn multiples, hundreds of thousands of dollars per year. And at $18,645 a year, we couldn't increase by a percentage amount enough to be noticed in their overall P&L. Now, I'm sure that their employees, their managers are instructed to always beg for the lowest possible rates. But I think in this case, it's time for us to exercise discretion at our side and say, hey, you haven't had an increase since, well, you've never had an increase actually since you showed up in the building. And the people who pay taxes, the businesses in our community that pay taxes based on buildings they own, they only wish they'd been so fortunate. So I was going to propose that we do offer them a 5-year renewal, but the beginning rate ought to be higher than the current one of $15 a square foot. In fact, I was going to suggest we increase it by 10% because it's been 10 years since they've had the benefit of this low rate. Increase it by 10% immediately to $16.50 from the $15, and then add 2% per year over the 5-year term, consistent with what the recent practice we started with our other leases. That'll get their annual lease payment just barely over $20,000. So it's not like it's going to be consequential to this billion-dollar organization. And it'll allow us to look our other taxpayers in the eye and say, hey, these guys are paying a more reasonable share than they were before. So I put that out there. I'm happy to move that if others want to comment on it, but it seems to me that it's just unreasonable to simply fold and give them what they want.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. And when I said I anticipate your question, only because I'm thinking the same thing. We have made a decision with all our leases, whether it's for a multi-million-dollar company or a not-for-profit organization, that we were going to at least incrementally increase them to the cost of living, that it isn't fair to us, being representatives of the taxpayers, to keep it flatline. And so that's what I meant. It wasn't a criticism to you. I'm anticipating that $15 is not acceptable either, that we need to be looking at incremental increases. Councillor Smith has proposed a increased rate up to $16.50 and then an amount per year after that. So let's open it up to the floor to see if there's support or other suggestions. Councillor Clark and Councillor Wood Roberts.
This is something we've got to be very careful on. We've got 35% of the population here is seniors. And if you go and take a look at the Life Labs and the lineups and the amount of business that thing does, and in a lot of communities, the communities have to provide free space, not, you know, and at least we've got a tenant. We've had a tenant for a time. If they object to it and say, no, people in Halberton then can drive down to Minden to use the Life Lab situation there, we're not doing a service to our community. We got to be very careful on this. Health services in this community is one of the prime services, or primary pieces of support that we provide, and we're going to be in deep doo-doo if we haven't got a local lab. Just be aware of what the downside of this thing is.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
My question was, excuse me, are we going to change the rate for all the tenants in that case?
Well,
and I totally agree with Councillor Clark. I mean, it would be a hardship for a lot of people if Life Labs weren't there right attached to the doctor's office. They're paying their parking when they go to the lab kind of deal, so they are paying something toward it.
Yes, but this is more not the individual people. You talked about seniors using that. They're not the ones paying. It's Life Labs, who are a for-profit company, and so you know, we have to do what's reasonable and charge a reasonable rate per square foot, which is still probably could be considered under market. So the thought is to either and we've been doing that, increasing our rent. So I'm sorry, back to Councillor Wood Roberts, you suggested, are we going to go back? But I think as each time any lease agreement has been coming up, whether it was with a not-for-profit organization or this, we're increasing it as the leases come due. We're locked in for 5 years, so we better do the right thing here. Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Well, I'd also comment that, you know, this is, Councillor Clark is quite correct. This is a very active center. They're doing a lot of business there. And that's good for their P&L. That contributes to the $1 billion in annual revenues. $1,500, which is, you know, I guess $1,500 actually is kind of the increase we're talking about here. This is a blip in terms of even the cost of operating that local facility. You look at the, you know, facility costs here are a tiny fraction of their overall cost structure. You know, somebody will grumble, of course, when we say it's going up by 10%, but you know, they'll swallow it and move on, because it's a blip, a minor blip in terms of the overall financial statement for that single facility. They're operating labs down in the GTA that are paying an awful lot more than $15 or $16 or $17 a square foot for space, and doing just fine on the same government grants. Those government grants that fund these tests, they've gone up by a lot more than 10% since 2011. And, you know, we haven't charged them anything for it. So it's, to me, it's not at all unreasonable.
Good points. Barbara, can I just ask you to remind us, when we've been renewing the leases for other properties that we have, was it on a percent or was it in a cost of living? How did we determine what we would increase per annum?
It's based on CPI.
So the consumer price index, or no?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and like this year, was it even 0.9%?
Yeah, for 2020, it was 0.9%. If you go back the last 3 years, it's an average of about 1.75%.
So seeing as that, so if we could put that maybe on the floor, Councillor Smith, if that's amendable as opposed to a percent, because that's what we were doing with our other leases, is that they increase over the year over that amount. And then they get each year they would get notified of what the amount is. Is that correct, Barbara?
Yes.
Are you saying that we should increase it by the CPI increase for each year since 2011?
No.
If we go back to use 2011 as the base, it'll be a lot more than 10%. We're giving them a bargain by only raising it by 10%.
No, of the two things that you were recommending, one is was the flat rate increase. So that's one thing that we can discuss of what's our base for 2021. And then secondly is on a year over year, what percent are we increasing? So I'm wondering if there could be agreement on the increase in year over year as to the CPI, which is what we're doing with other, as opposed to the 2%, which is what you suggested.
Well, but the 2% was just last month. We did a lease with, I can't remember if it was HCDC or who it was, but somebody's last month got a 5-year lease, and it was an increase of 2% a year for the next 5 years.
So that's what I was checking with Barbara. How did we word the other leases that we've done? Was it a percent or was it the CPI?
Generally speaking, it's based on CPI. So one of the leases that we did renew this year was with our municipal buildings. And I believe, without having the document in front of me, it was 2%, an incremental increase of 2% per year over the 5-year term of the lease.
Okay, that's all. Never mind, that's good. Okay, Councillor McKechnie, comment?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Councillor Clark there and Councillor Woods Roberts that it's a great service. We sure have a large senior citizens population, and in no way for a small amount of money would I want to jeopardize them, just moving everything to Minden or whatever. So definitely some small increase is fine with me, but I like the idea, and so do all my senior friends, knowing that it's right there. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
I would concur with that 2% starting immediately. My one concern is it may be $1 billion corporation, but I'm not sure what the individual site profit and loss statement is for this one. So that's my only concern, but I do agree we've got to start moving on this, and perhaps the way to start is immediately with 2%. And, in theory, the 10% makes perfect sense. I just think it is a service to the community, but we still have to be accountable somewhat. I'd love it to go to $16 where we were originally, and then the 2%. At least that would be a start. But I don't know. I'm really worried about jeopardizing these big companies. If this site is borderline profitable, it may not take much to upset the apple cart, and that's my concern as they consolidate more and more. Do they actually need a site in Minden and one in Halliburton? So that's my only concern. It's not a lot of money, but it's in both ways. Then it's not a lot of money that to jeopardize it. That's all. Consideration.
Yeah. So we've had a few suggestions on the table. I think one sounds like you don't increase it at all. One is to 16.50, one is to 16 even. You can see by the math, because the math will be the same, that at $16 a square foot, it's $19,888, which is about $1,300 difference a month. A year, pardon me, that's over the whole year. And so just to be the person to compromise, to throw an amount on the table is to meet at the part-way mark that is maybe reasonable. We know we want this service, and we know we want Life Labs to stay here, but we are also in the business of representing the taxpayers, and we not having any increase over 5 years is clearly not acceptable, because you're actually, our costs increase to operate that building. So I think maybe a fair compromise would be the halfway point. It's just a suggestion on the table at $15.75 a square foot, starting immediately with a 2% increase year over year for a 5-year term. So that's something in the middle, trying to see all points of view from the necessity of us wanting to keep Life Labs, but in an incremental increase. So is there support for sort of, I feel like a what do you call it, auctioneer for $15.75, which is part way, and a 2% increase year over year for the 5-year lease? I see nods. I don't get to move anything. Is there a mover and seconder that would, I see hands. I see Councillor Clark and Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Let me just read what the resolution well, we have provided direction, so I don't need to write anything in there. It says moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved, the council provide staff direction on the renewal of the lease with Life Labs LP for the additional 5-year period commencing July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2026. So the direction was at $15.75 per square foot and a 2% increase in the following year and year over year. Barbara?
So just to clarify then, for the first year of the renewal, are we taking $15.75 plus 2% times the square footage?
My suggestion was no, that's the new baseline. For the July 1st, 2021, it's $15.75, but July 1st, 2022, it's $15.75 plus 2%.
Okay, thank you.
That was for the mover and seconder. That was what was agreed. And so all in favor? Okay, carried. Thank you. Now, the next item is budget. And thing is, I am still going to ask Barbara to do a verbal update of the changes that we made at our budget meeting and where we're at. But seeing as I think there is going to be a desire still for some movement in terms of in our roads department, and we'll keep then our February 12th budget meeting. Make sure we get the dates right in there. It might not be a very long one, and it'll mainly just be on roads. And we've already made it one decision today in terms of the draft that we passed in the earlier part of the meeting today with Rob Camelon, so he can go out to tender for those things. So Barbara, I think it'll just be a verbal update, and the resolution I have here will not be read because it's, so maybe just recap.
So what I'll do is I'll just recap some of the discussion items from the budget meeting of January the 8th and the impact on the levy. So right now we're looking at a 1.16% increase on the levy, and the items that make up that increase are as follows. We're going to add $10,000 for an economic development reserve. We're going to add $50,000 for brushing. The sculpture forest, we will provide $75,000 as a grant, and then another $5,000 from our parks group to support them in some of the maintenance.
7,500, but yeah.
Sorry.
She said 75,000.
5,000. We're going to give them an operating grant of $7,500. Sorry. The curling club, the eaves troughing, we've got $5,000 to repair the eaves troughing. We have the grant to the Rails and Gallery, a one-time operating grant of $6,250. We have $2,500 for the Halliburton Lake Cottage Owners Association for extra initiatives, being the shoreline vegetation and supporting them with a student for the beach maintenance. Then we have the County Road 10 pullover. We put $5,000 into that project to start the project off. And then we have another $2,500 for a tax bill insert. And then we're going to remove the speed limit review, the $47,000, and we'll also remove the funding for that. So the net result on that particular project is zero on the levy regardless. So again, the sum of all those items there is $93,750. And again, we're sitting at a 1.16% increase on the levy.
Okay, so thank you for that recap. And because there's still discussion in the roads department with the amount that we want to do brushing and ditching and with other roads in terms of the gravel roads, seeing if we want to be including those, we will keep our budget meeting on the 12th. And so there's no resolution to read today, Barbara.
Okay.
Okay. Now, oh, you did get the education rate, which is way earlier than usual.
Yes, so I did receive a letter correspondence from the Minister of Finance regarding the education rate, and the residential rate for education is remaining the same.
Okay.
The business is actually going to be dropping about 10%.
Well, that's great
the
news.
education portion. Yeah.
That's great news to know that that's zero. And then when we create our bylaw, we'll insert the county, but really we try to look at our budget separately to what the county is doing. Yes, we collect because people pay their tax bills to Dysart, we collect them, but we can't, and the county is doing, I think about 3.86% was our increase, but that's likely to change, I would say. So any questions to Barbara, or should we hold off till our February meeting? We're very close. Just put Rob back on the hot seat for that meeting. Okay, so that's good. We will move into administration then, and we've got just to receive the service delivery review for the Haliburton County one that was done at the county. I don't know, Tamara, did you want to speak to that at all, or Councillor Clark? You had your hand. Tamara, did you want to speak to that at all?
Oh, I can. You had mentioned that we'd discuss them both jointly at our meeting on February 16th. So at this point, we met with County Council last week, or was it last week or 2 weeks ago now, to review the final plan there, and we have plans for moving forward. I don't know if you or Deputy Mayor Kennedy would like to speak to those at all.
One of the things that we did talk about is we sort of took the short-term initiatives, and a lot of the short-term initiatives are not ones that are necessarily cost savings, things like economic development and also procurement at the county. So we've asked staff to come back and draft sort of job descriptions and where that can fit in and that type of thing. But those were ways that we can do business better at the county and support the other townships at the same time, whether we have someone in economic development specifically at Dysart, but it would be somebody that would help across the county. Doesn't matter if we have a staff member for that. So Deputy Mayor Kennedy, I don't know if there's anything you want to add into that.
It's just that it's going to be on each agenda, and I believe now on probably committee of the whole, that page 12 of that report, those headings there, roads, bridges, and drainage, fire services. We're going to talk about each one of them and try and assign whether we want to work on them immediately, short term, long term. So it's just trying to tear this elephant apart, I guess, one stake at a time. And as you said, economic development has sort of already got a go ahead. It's not been formalized, but definitely support to move in that direction. And the other ones, there was quite a bit of discussion on whether to do it now or later. But I think you're going to see each month that we're going to try and tackle one or more of the topics there and make some decisions.
Councillor Clark, then Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Tomorrow, I would imagine that there'd be probably a small committee of the the CAOs from the county and the townships, because a lot of this stuff deals with the day-to-day logistics of the townships and where there's opportunities for kind of melding or standardizing. And based on that, then would it be feasible then to have a quarterly update from yourself as to how we're progressing on that?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. We can have it as part of a regular update with our council as well as to what's happening on both plans, actually. Probably helpful to keep us on track.
And then Councillor McKechnie, comment?
Yeah, I've had a few of my constituents asking, what did that end up costing?
The county was roughly 250,000, but 150,000 of that, I believe, was covered by the modernization funding, and ours was roughly 70 some thousand, and it was 100% covered by the modernization funding.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we will be discussing a little bit of both at our February 16th meeting. We have a lot of meetings in February. It's going to be a full month. I need a mover and a second to receive this report. Councillor Clark, seconded. Councillor Donaldson, was that a hand? Okay. Be it resolved that Dysart et al. Council acknowledges receipt of the final report of the Haliburton Municipality Service Delivery Review prepared by Strategy Corp. All in favor? And that's carried. And oh, next we have, excuse me, I got a dry throat. Too much talk. So included in that was sent to me regarding the community safety and well-being plan, and I just wanted to update council on where things are at. What had been the CPAC committee, which was Community Policing Advisory Committee, we sort of more or less dissolved, but it's the heads of council of each of the 4 townships, and we've created a committee to review and hire a consultant to do the community and safety well-being plan for us. So we've been given an extension by the province, which is very good because we're just, as of tomorrow, we'll be hiring the company to do this work. And it is Strategy Corps, actually, that's in tomorrow's county council agenda. So they'll help us walk through what's needed. Now, I asked at the county level how we were funding it, and we're going to be funding it on a similar basis as what we had done with some other projects, although we got grant money for that. So the county will pay 50% of this, and the remaining 50% will be divided equally between the 4 lower townships. The county is using their cannabis funding for this, so it's something to consider. We don't have this in our budget, but we do have a cannabis, I don't know what it's called, reserve, where when it became legalized, we were given money a year to spend on education and all kinds of different things. So our portion would be approximately $8,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood. So anyway, we're working on it. Sorry, was there a comment there? Okay. So yeah, so we will, we're working on it, and that plan will be, again, at the county is going to be creating it, but we will be adopting it as well. It's all the same players. Every municipality has to have a community and safety well-being plan. It doesn't make sense for each of the lower townships to do it individually because we're all going to be dealing with the same hospital services, the same police services, the same social services like point in time and all that type of thing. So that's what's happening there. So if there's any questions or comments, if not, I just have a motion to receive the letter from the Honorable Sylvia Jones. Need a mover and a seconder if I could. Councillor Clark, Councillor Smith, seconded. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the letter from the Honorable Sylvia Jones, Solicitor General, regarding the new deadline for municipalities to prepare and adopt a community safety and well-being plan. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, moving along is the census. This was asked to be put on our agenda to raise awareness. This is a census year. Usually people knock at your door. I'm not sure how that's going to work in COVID, but I guess they can knock at the door and wear a mask. So it says in the coming weeks, a member of our communication team may contact you to discuss ways in which we can work together. So they're trying to help get the message out that this is a census year. So by putting in our agenda, we're letting at least Dysart Council know, and hopefully anyone watching. So, and they hire, actually it's a great job. I know people that have done this. It's a fairly well paid job. So you can go on and apply to be a census taker if you want to. Mover, seconder to receive, Councillor Smith.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
It's not specifically related to the census, but the census does tend to drive these things. And it relates to the our ward boundaries. You know, one of the sacred principles of our democracy is representation by population. And despite the fact that we've had a number of censuses completed in the past, we've allowed our wards to become quite unequal in terms of the population that each councillor represents. So, you know, Ward 2, for example, has about 2.5 times the number of electors, voters, that Ward 1 does. And Ward 4 is also extremely large relative to Ward 1 or 3 or 5. And so the census, the taking a population sort of raises that question. If we were to
Smith, I'm not trying to, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just going to stop you there because all I have on the agenda is to talk about the census and to receive it. So maybe that, I don't know if that's a notice of motion, or maybe we can just contact or ask Mallory if the issue of ward boundaries can be discussed in another time. Is that okay? I'm sorry, it's just, it's not on.
Yeah, well, if Mallory could report meeting in terms of the process and the timing to affect some change for the election in 2022, that would be ideal.
So at the end of our meeting, I will not forget to ask, is there a notice of motion, and we'll take it at that time. Because I do believe it is the clerk's responsibility during every term of council at some point to bring forward everything to do with the election, voting system, that sort of thing. It's Mallory will have that. So let's wait till that opportunity. Councillor McKechnie, is this on the census?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify what you're just saying there with Councillor Smith and what you're saying, ask Mallory to do. So you're saying that wake up in the next election, part of Ward 5 will be in Ward 3 and part of Ward 3 will be in Ward 1. And like, what are you trying to do? What change the boundaries? Is this what, like, where are we going here with this one now?
I actually called Councillor Smith on a point of order, so I'm going to have to call the same. And you, Councillor McKenzie, because we're only just discussing that we're receiving support for the 2021 census.
So I'm going to wake up and I'm going to be in Ward maybe 2 or 3, I guess. Right? Is that what you're telling me?
Okay, so let's just stick
across
to
the lake, right over there.
Tamara.
Our previous clerk already did a report on this. I'm not sure if it was this council or the previous, but we could just pull that and add it as an information item to the next agenda if you like.
Okay. Sticking to, you know, just point of order and sticking to where I have on the table for discussion for information to encourage all residents to complete their census questionnaire online. Oh, so they're not going to have people knocking on the door, even though they said they're hiring 32,000 people. Well, we'll see. Anyway, we'll see what communication we get down the pipe. Is there a mover and a seconder to receive this? Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Wood Roberts, I'll say. Be it resolved, the Council of the Corporation of Dysart et al. Supports the 2021 census and encourages all residents to complete their census questionnaire online at www.census.gc.ca. Accurate and complete census data supports programs and services that benefit our community. All those in favor? And that is carried. The one thing that I was thinking about that is to do with census is, while that's carried, I'll just comment, is there's an awful lot of people that have spent 10 months up here, but still not calling it their primary residence. So we'll see if that changes at all. And that's that. The last thing we have under administration is a letter for notification of blue-green algae on Little Canice. And I don't know if it's just to receive the letter, but if there's any comments. There was a delegation to the Ministry of the environment climate change yesterday. Roma is happening right now. Myself, I didn't register. I don't know, Deputy Mayor Kennedy, if you did. I wasn't able to attend the Rural Ontario Municipal Conference because of our meeting today. It's all online, so I would have had to pay for the whole conference and been able to attend yesterday. So I did not do that, but there was a delegate by the County of Haliburton over the reporting of blue-green algae and communication with health units and communication back and forth. So I'm not sure if they're going to be, if any of the delegates will be able to report back to us tomorrow at County Council on what that how that delegation went. We can perhaps ask if that's possible. But for now, we just have this letter here. There's questions or comment? Okay, so we do have a resolution to receive the letter. And if I can find out any information on how the delegation was, I will let you know. Was that a mover, Councillor Smith? Yep, and seconded. Seconder, Councillor Carr. Be it resolved that Council acknowledges receipt of the letter from the Kinesis Lake Cottage Owners Association regarding a blue-green algae bloom event on Little Kinesis Lake. All those in favor? And that's carried. Reports from some standing committees. We have Glebe Park and Museum. Vice Chair Jim Blake chaired that meeting, but I was in attendance. And so if there's any questions on the minutes are there, but if there's anybody who wants to ask me anything, we are working together with the ski club. We're trying to get a virtual meeting together with members of the ski club and Glebe Park Committee, myself, Councillor Wood Roberts, you're welcome to join if your work schedule permits, and Deputy Mayor Kennedy and myself to work on the relocation or rebuild of a ski garage. And so I'm hoping to get a meeting sometime in February for that. I'll tell you one thing, Glebe Park is busier than I have ever seen it. And I've lived in that neighborhood for 26 years. It's incredible. People are just discovering that we have this fabulous spot in town. So mover and a seconder to receive the minutes. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Wood Roberts.
Actually,
question?
I had a
Perfect.
question.
Absolutely.
Reviewing not the minutes, but the report that was attached to it.
Oh, yes.
And one of the things I didn't realize that we allow motorized vehicles like ATVs on the trails in Glebe Park. And
no, we don't. They're not. That's why they're supposed to signage saying no ATVs.
Okay, well, that's okay. So that then there'll be no need to limit their motorized vehicle access when the trails are wet. That's what the students were proposing.
Yes, so they were incorrect in that. They're not permitted.
Okay, perfect. Good. That's great. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I forgot that the whole report is attached because I was at that committee. There's a lot of really neat things that they did talk about, and that'll be going forward. As you can see, some of the stuff in the sculpture forest, it talks about adding wood chips and to the high traffic areas, QR codes for sculptures, but they've got a lot of information in that. It's a very detailed report, and I'm sorry if I skipped over that. Just look.
No, it's an excellent report, and I was when I reviewed it, I as I said, I didn't realize that motorized vehicles were allowed, and I thought, well, damn it, we should get them out of there because it's a walking park.
Some of them sneak in, let me tell you. So, and actually they did the presentation at this meeting, and they were extremely professional, really blew me away about they seemed like they were not college students, they were already in their profession. So they did a great job. So I did get moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Wood Roberts. Be resolved, Council acknowledges receipt of the December 3rd, 2020 Glebe Park and Museum Committee minutes. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. And next, our personnel and administration. Not much in the minutes because they are mostly information that had to take place in closed. So I need to move our seconder though to acknowledge a receipt. Councillor Smith, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the December 7th, 2020 Personnel and Administration Committee minutes. All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Wood Roberts, are you in favor? Yep, I didn't see your hand, so maybe the camera angle, it's a little down. I'll have to sign those later. So that concludes the open portion of our meeting. We will now go into closed session. So I need just a minute. Do I have a motion to go into closed? I don't see one here. Never mind, it was attached to the minutes. I need a mover and a seconder to go into close, please. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved, council adjourn its regular meeting at 2:14 p.m. to discuss matters pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended pertaining to a proposed disposition of land by the municipality in the township of Dysart property in Industrial Park. All those in favor? Okay, so we are now in close, but it just takes a minute to administrate all of that. Well, as long as you turn the live stream on, however that works. And then do what?
And then we'll put the screen.
Yeah. Okay, can councillors and everyone on the screen just turn your video camera off? Just stop video. Well, do you do it stuff? Are we live?
No, we're not.
Okay, so we are back in open session. That was a nice quick closed session item or thing, but there is no report from closed session. So, but there is a report follow up when we were discussing the lease agreement. So Barbara, I'm going to turn that over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, there was one other item that I should have included in my report, and I thought I would take the opportunity to discuss that right now. With regards to the request from Life Labs, aside from a 5-year lease renewal term, they're also looking for 2 options of 3 years to renew at the fair market value moving forward. So that would be a total of 6 years at 3-year intervals. So I'm seeking council direction if they have a desire for that 2-term renewal after the 5-year current term.
Okay, Councillor Smith, go ahead.
Here's, Barbara, I believe you said that they want to do it at fair market value?
That's correct.
Oh, well, and that's, I don't know how we determine that, but I'm pretty sure it's much higher than the 1650 I was proposing, so great. Obviously, their P&L is locally is richer than you guys thought. And so that would be potentially up to 11 years in total, 5 years plus 3 plus 3?
Correct.
Yeah, well, I like the fair market value, and they can stay for a long time at fair market value. Do we want to go back and revise our earlier estimate now? 1575 may have been too soft on our part.
Well, it's still 2% year over year, and is the fair market value that gets reevaluated at the end of the 5-year term? And then there's the 3 and the 3? It's confusing.
I would think that the rate would be reviewed at the end of each of those terms if they're looking at fair market value.
I don't think we need to change the resolution. Councillor McKechnie?
I think if we multiplied the amount of extra money we'd make over 10 or 11 years at going at 1650, and to risk losing the lab there, the service that we provide is not a lot of money. Follow me?
Yep. I'm just thinking, I have the resolution here, but Barbara, I don't think that there's anything further that I need to change. At the end of the 5-year, it's still going to come back.
Yeah, I think what you might want to do is just include another clause in the resolution, something along the lines of option to renew as a second point. So the first point is we're going to renew for 1 5-year term, and then we're going to have another option to renew, and that is 2 options of 3 years at the fair market rate.
So as a point of order, the resolution was read as is, moved, seconded, and read and passed. We might need Mallory, I'm going to turn to you for clerk stuff. Would we need a second resolution? Once it's been passed, I voted on it as read.
Yeah. We can put it under notice of motion as if we thought of it separately. The only problem is in clerical, it's separating a point that I'd like to keep together in terms of filing. So I guess if we're adding to the resolution, is it just saying that they can come back again and apply for another 3-year term? Because can't they do that anyway?
I mean, they can do it, but they like to have that written in the actual agreement. It's not uncommon. The current agreement does have 2 renewal terms of 5 years each.
Right.
Okay, so what I have is that was the mover was Councillor Clark and the seconder was Deputy Mayor Kennedy. And the resolution reads, be it resolved that council provides staff direction on the renewal of the lease with Life Labs LP for the additional 5-year period commencing July 1st, 2021, ending June 30th, 2026.
Could we just add a clause to that indicates that Life Labs will be given the option of a further renewal at their discretion of 2 3-year terms at fair market value?
So if the mover and the seconder are in agreement, then I think that would stand. Mover and the seconder, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. Okay, and everyone else is in agreement. Mallory, can you add that to the resolution and I'll.
Sure.
I don't want to be writing and try to do the meeting right now to adding to the resolution. So I'm just going to leave that one out up top.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry, didn't mean to be rushing anything. So I believe there may be a notice of motion, seeing as we had some conversation earlier.
Well, on that, I think Tamara made a fair suggestion. I can confirm, Tamara, that whatever that report was that the previous clerk prepared did not come to this term of council. So that would have been previous term. If you want to bring that report back, that'd be a terrific starting point for a discussion as to how we might proceed.
Yeah, we can do that.
And I do think, and Mallory can confirm that it is the clerk's responsibility during the term of council to have the conversation over election format, etc. So for instance, since I've been on council, twice it's come forward to have electronic voting, and twice it's been turned down. It's been argued and was turned down. So we still went with the mail-in ballot. We also, what else do we talk about? I don't even know if the province is taking this away, but we talked about ranked balloting, and that was an option that we could have done. where if there were 6 people on the ballot, you choose them. And so therefore, the person who ends up sort of winning that seat or that riding ends up with the majority. So the bottom 2 drop off and your second votes go back up. And so hopefully most of you all know what I'm talking about. When I talk about rank nobody in the area did it that I'm aware of, but we did have that option. So Mallory?
That option's been taken away.
That's what I thought. The province took that away.
Yeah,
So,
there are municipalities arguing against it, but currently it's not allowed.
So, you know, perhaps on your sort of list of things to do, and I know that you would have done this anyways to bring forward, because if we do change the system to be mail-in or whatever system of voting that we choose, we have to choose that well in advance, because we have to prepare for that, how we do that.
Yep.
Okay. And so that can be maybe included in that. So it won't be right away, Councillor Smith, but it'll be, I would like to see it as a combination of how the vote takes place, whether it be mail-in or electronic. Some municipalities did a combination, and also ward boundaries.
Yeah, just that we can't wait too long, or else there won't be time to do it, because there's an approval process with the province.
Absolutely. Yep. I just mean doubtful to be next month. Okay, so if there's no other notice of motion, then I need a mover and a seconder to confirm the proceedings of today. If I could. Councillor Clark, Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be resolved that bylaw 2021-05, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on January 26, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too. All in favor? Carries. And then lastly, just a motion to adjourn. Councillor Donaldson, Councillor Wood-Roberts. Be it resolved that council adjourned its regular meeting held on January 26, 2021 at 2:44 p.m. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you, everybody, for your time today. Thank you for staff for all your input. Stay tuned to the county council meeting tomorrow. We got another full day, and take care. It looks like a little dusting of snow out there. So thank you, everyone.